resting. Good morning, everyone. Barnard, Worcestershire, here at Geraldine Supply. Welcome to Supply Gardens for the third day of the LV Insurance County Championship match between Glamorgan and Worcestershire. The game will be resuming at 10:30, and because of the rain yesterday, we have an addition of 8 overs to today's quotas. We have 104 overs in the day. As a result, the timings of the intervals have been adjusted, so lunch will be taken at 12:40, tea will be at 3:30, and the close of play this evening will be at 6 o'clock, or when we have completed the quota of 104 overs. Glamorgan Cricket would like to thank all of their sponsors and partners for their continued support this season, besides extending a very warm welcome to everyone here at Supply Gardens today. The past few years have been very difficult for everyone, so we are so very grateful for your continued support. Diolch yn fawr iawn. A warm welcome as well today to the players and officials who travelled here from Worcestershire, as well as to our two match umpires, Paul Baldwin and Billy Taylor, as well as match referee Steve Davis. We're also delighted today to welcome staff and pupils from Radnor Primary School here in Cardiff. The girls and boys will be forming our guards of honour, as well as entertaining us with a display of their quick cricketing skills on the outfield during the lunch interval. We hope you enjoy your day here at the home of Glamorgan County Cricket Club, and we look forward to seeing you again here at Supply Gardens. If you're seeking a scorecard or a copy of Michael Hogan's testimonial brochure, or a copy of the 2022 Glamorgan yearbook, these are all available for purchase, again, via electronic means, from reception, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. Copies of these items are also available for purchase from the Glamorgan Club shop. It's run by Missouri Sports and is situated opposite Gate 2. The shop will be open until about 5 o'clock this evening, and as always, it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned, food and drink can be purchased, again, using electronic means from the kiosk and mobile unit situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion seats. Members of Glamorgan and Worcestershire can also obtain tea and coffee this afternoon in the Lewis Lounge between 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock, and again tomorrow morning between 9:30 and 10:30. Drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school, and that's situated on the ground floor of the National Cricket Centre. The CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket is also open once again today. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre, and amongst the displays celebrating the long and very proud heritage of cricket here in Wales is one commemorating the life and career of Peter Walker, the former Glamorgan and England cricketer, who was also a very well-known journalist and broadcaster. Peter sadly passed away during the spring of 2020, and his family have very kindly loaned a series of items which celebrate Peter's life and cricketing and broadcasting career. The museum will be open until the end of the tea interval this afternoon. I'm also delighted to say that you're very welcome to go out to look at the pitch during the lunch interval. Again, that will be starting at 12:40, or during the tea interval, which will be happening at 3:30. If you are going to be venturing onto the outfield, though, we kindly ask you not to walk across the square or the wicket surrounds. And please, don't take any drinks with you if you're venturing out into the middle. It's good morning, Barnard, to our two match umpires, Billy Taylor and Paul Baldwin. Barnard as well, good morning to the Worcestershire team, led into the field by captain Brett Donovan. Good morning, Barnard, as well to the not-out batters for Glamorgan, Shubman Gill and Tim van der Gooten. And Diolch Ryan, thank you very much to the girls and boys from Radnor Primary School performing this morning's Carnival.
Very good morning and welcome to Sophia Gardens, where we have cricket on time on day 3, despite the elements, for Glamorgan against Worcestershire. Glamorgan 111 for 2 in reply to Worcestershire's 454 for 9 declared. I'm Nick Webb, alongside me is Dave Bradley.
Barnard, Nick, good morning everyone. A bright and sunny morning as not forecast. I'm sure weather forecasting is a very difficult job, but they ain't got it right too often this week. But there might be some showers around, we don't know. Who knows?
Well, last night the heavens opened just as I walked from the stadium to the car park.
They knew. Ben Gibbon opening the Worcestershire attack from the River End this morning, and Shubman Gill comes forward, pushes the ball out on the offside. The scoreboard is still showing an advert for drinks, which is always useful. It's not Gill, is it? It's Van der Gooten who's facing.
It's the night watchman, yeah.
There are clouds, but they're very high. It's actually a really nice morning. The temperature, I would have thought, low 60s. And we have a group of young children in today as well, so let's hope it stays nice and dry for them to go home and say what a good day they had at the cricket. Van der Gooten, the night watchman, or they called night hawks these days, I think, plays and misses at that one and goes by outside the off stump. As I suspect that most people who play cricket these days don't know what a night watchman was, or even is. So it's a phrase in cricket that we use for somebody who comes in not normally that high in the order.
To protect the better batsman in sometimes dodgy light at the end of the day.
Yeah, it was dodgy last night as well. Gibbon in again. Van der Gooten drives, nice clunk off the bat there. Libby at mid-off does the fielding. Yeah, I was astonished that we were still playing cricket at 6:30 last night. It was just because we went off when there was a storm came hurtling across the ground, and covers came off, and we were back. Did we have 3 interruptions yesterday?
4, I think. Wasn't it 2 in the morning, 2 in the afternoon?
Could well have
believe.
Been. That's right, because we didn't start on time. Gibbon in again. This is wide of the off stump. Taken by Cox, taken fairly low down as he goes across in front of Ed Pollock at first slip. Not too many in so far this morning.
They've been trusting the weather forecast.
Yeah. My mate was not happy yesterday. He was going to come. He was going to drive down from Worcester for a sunny day in Cardiff and saw the weather forecast, and then he saw the score. He was not a happy bunny.
Is he down today?
No. He's not going to be fooled twice. Here's Gibbon's next ball. Driven once again. That's a nice crisp drive. Once again finds Jake Libby at mid-off. Yeah, and I suspect if he doesn't come, we'll have a fine sunny day with 96. We've got 104 overs.
We've got theoretically 104 overs to bowl, and Worcestershire already managed to be -2 on 27 overs.
They do, don't they? Yeah. Of course, I think the spinners bowled about 40 overs, didn't they, in the when Glamorgan were bowling in the Worcestershire innings. Gibbon finishes off the over with the ball wide of the off stump. That concludes the first over of the day, and Glamorgan, as they were overnight, 111 for 2. They need 305 to avoid the follow-on. They trail by 343.
The unmistakable figure. Didn't really need that one.
Yeah, he is rather
stocky, shaven-headed, bristling with aggression.
He was going to be a fast bowler, Monday Joe, if he was going to be anything. I suppose he might have made it at number 8 at rugby. But, yeah. Although he didn't bowl. Funny, I was doing some research on something, and his early days in Worcestershire's second team, he didn't bowl.
Oh, right.
And then he bowled 2 or 3 overs, and then all of a sudden, he was bowling a lot of overs.
In he comes from the Cathedral Road end to bowl to Shubman Gill, who drives nicely down the ground and will pick up 4 to the long-on boundary. Just a little loosener from Leach on that occasion, and over-pitched slightly, and Gill timed that very sweetly indeed to move on to 38 not out, 115 for 2.
Good way to start the day. As we were saying yesterday, though, he seems, as all good batsmen do, to have that little millisecond more time to play the ball.
Leach charging in, bowling, and Gill is forward defensively, playing to D'Oliveira at mid-off, and there's no run. So Shubman Gill, one of 2 debutants for Glamorgan in this game. I suppose we ought to congratulate them on being able to recruit 2 overseas players of decent quality, given the availability issues.
Yeah. For
international players, and both have played international cricket in the UK this summer. As Gill doesn't quite time that one, driving something off the inside half of the bat to Cornell at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's very difficult. If you get an overseas player for the summer, by Jove, you're lucky. I think Sussex had 6 by the end of June, 6 different overseas players. I don't know whether they've had any since, but when they played at New Road, they said they had 6.
Glamorgan's up to 5 with these 2, with Labuschagne, Ingram and Nisa sharing duties across the first few months of the season. Here is Leach to bowl, and Gill is forward defending to short extra cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, there's some theory that some counties want to go back to 1 overseas player. I'm quite happy if you to get overseas players in if they're quality players, like these 2 lads playing for Glamorgan, and the lad at Derby, and Sussex have had a couple of really good overseas players. But if you're just getting overseas players in for the sake of getting them in, and they played 3 one-dayers for Zimbabwe, you think,
yes,
are they quality?
Leach to Gill, who is defending back to the bowler, fields in his follow-through, and there's no run.
Yeah, because if you get like Shubman Gill, you get Patel in, people will learn off them, won't they? I know Azhar Ali has been.
You would hope so.
Everybody says he's great in the dressing room of Worcestershire, and he talks to the player, and he gives them advice or suggestions. So if they're doing that, oh no, the ball's gone out of shape. No.
Already?
Well,
11 deliveries into the day.
I suppose it's 27 overs and 5 balls old.
That's the wrong sort of cow that it was made from.
Yeah, it's the wrong sort of polish on it.
That was an issue, wasn't it? That there was a slight change in colour requested by the ECB. Is it changed? No, it isn't.
No.
Get on with it, boys.
Yeah, three attempts before you get it changed.
So
the wrong sort of polish.
The wrong sort of cow's backside.
Then we had the pink balls, which went out of shape before start of play.
You looked at them; they were out of shape. Leach bowls, and Gill defends the offending ball out to a very short cover position where Ed Barnard was no more than about 12 metres from the bat. 115 for 2, the one scoring shot this morning.
The youngsters are all the way to our left in a little lock in the stand, and I think I mentioned this the other day. A friend of mine's a school teacher, and he tries to get the nippers to the cricket because he liked cricket, but
fair enough.
It also, and he gets them doing mathematics and all sorts of things and surrounding the game. So it's not just that they're going to go and sit there and watch the cricket, because if they do that, they'll get bored.
No, there's a lot of maths, Bit of weather forecasting, maybe. Meteorology.
Yeah, get a 2-year-old to do that for you. Here's Ben Gibbon. He's bowling left arm over from the river end to the right-handed Tim van der Houten, who sees this one nice and early, lets it go through. Ben Cox dances away to his right to do the fielding.
Looks like there's a few delays around in Division 1.
Oh.
Off at Southampton.
They've not had much cricket there, have they?
Only a 10-minute delay at Taunton. Why would you delay for 10 minutes at Taunton, West Country Derby?
Makes all the difference. The sun comes out and dries it out in 10 minutes. Gibbon jumps into his stride, bowls. That's a good ball. Van der Houten plays at that one. Nips away from him and through to Ben Cox.
They're off at Canterbury as well, which means the only match in Division 1 that started on time is the Roses affair, where Yorkshire are 132 for 4 in reply to Lancashire's 276 all out. But playing all 3 matches in Division 2, thankfully.
Gibbon bowls. Van der Houten beaten by this one again. This one he has a little dip at outside the off stump. Well, again, it's a shorter delivery, this one, but still pinged away. He's taken the only 2 wickets to fall so far. Gibbon getting Lloyd for 4 and Byrom for 67.
At Trent Bridge, Leicestershire are 23 without loss, requiring a mere 476 further runs to defeat leaders Nottinghamshire.
It's a funny game, that is. Here's Gibbon's next delivery, and beats him again. 3 on the trot. Ben Gibbon is quite a calm sort of character. Just looks at the batsman, turns and wanders back. I know there'd be some who would be. I think Graham Wagg was probably the best one I ever saw at offering advice. I don't know whether he still does. He plays for Shropshire.
Yeah, he does. Yes, he appeared with us on one game on commentary during the T20.
Yeah, I don't know whether he still offers lots of advice to the batsmen, but never short of telling them what they're doing wrong. Gibbon to Van der Houten, who has a big whack, a big heave at this one.
It's out there somewhere, Tim.
I think that's 4 on the trot. He's not managed to connect wood with leather, but there was a good old flash at that one.
Yes, I was in very close playing proximity to his to Wag earlier this season.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes.
Here's Gibbon to finish what has been a very good over so far. In fact, it's flicked off the leg stump. They're going to have to be quick here. D'Oliveira shies at the stumps at the non-strikers end, hits the stumps at the non-strikers end. Umpire Taylor in position says not out, but good fielding there. And a bit of a risky run. It was funny because when he came in last night as night watchman, they were taking 2s, and then this morning he's taking risky singles to keep the strike. There you go. This is cricket, folks. It doesn't have to make sense. 116 for 2.
The 2.
So what was this game then, where you were in close proximity?
It was Graham Wagg's son. So age 13. He was batting. I was keeping wicket. So I was in very close proximity to him in a Sunday friendly. But he's obviously got some talent as young Wag. Apparently can bowl with both hands.
Ooh. There's a Sri Lankan lad who can do that.
As Leach is in and bowls, and Van der Houten drives to D'Oliveira at mid-off and no run.
Was there a lad playing in Australia in the Sheffield Shield who could bowl with both?
Yes, I believe so. Anyway, yes, he's obviously going to be inheriting some, at least, of the family talent. Young Mr. Wag.
Good. Well, he'll get plenty of advice.
I'm sure he will.
Dad, wouldn't he? Yeah.
Dad was watching. 116 for 2. As in comes the next delivery, which is on leg stump and duly dispatched by Van der Houten to the square leg boundary for 4 runs. 120 for 2 Glamorgan.
Yeah, I think Joe Leach was cursing himself after that delivery. Nice juicy half volley leg stump. He might be the night watchman, but he's a good enough batsman to flick that one away.
The first innings is complete at Derby, where Durham managed 223 in reply to Derbyshire's 306 all out. So Derbyshire were in fourth at the start of this round, lead by 83 on first innings. Connors claimed 4 wickets for them. Leach bowls and Van der Hoogten defends. Ball trickles past the stumps at the non-striker's end.
They may lose some points, Durham, mightn't they? There was a bat incident yesterday.
Oh, yes.
A bat didn't go through the gauge. And it was Derbyshire, wasn't it? They were deducted 2 points earlier in the season, so...
Yes, McKiernan.
Yeah, apparently the bat has been sent to Lords. Not quite sure why.
Do you think it's going to be a different dimensions in London than in Derby?
Yeah.
Leach bowls and Van der Hoogten defends on the leg side, and there is no run. The breaking cricket news of the morning is that Alex Hales has been called up by England for the first time since 2019 as replacement for Johnny Bairstow in the 2020 World Cup squad. He's also been added to the squad for the England tour of Pakistan in September. Following a falling out between Owen Morgan and Hales with various disciplinary issues. Leach is into Van der Hoogten, who will take another single on the leg side out towards mid-wicket, the man having been pushed back towards the boundary. So I don't think there was any way that Alex Hales was going to come back on board with Owen Morgan as captain, but now that Morgan's retired, Hales has got his chance again.
Well, I think that tour of Pakistan, I think the first game's on the 20th of September, isn't it? So all those players will miss, well, they don't play much in county cricket anyway, but they will all miss the end of the county season.
There's Leach bowls to Gill, who is forward defending to Barnard in that very short cover position. 121 for 2 at the end of the Leach over, which was the 4th of the morning, and Glamorgan have added 10 runs so far. There is a touch of blue sky in the distance, but it's rather darker clouds moving overhead at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's...
Enjoy it while you can, I think.
It's one of those days, if you cop one, it's going to be a bit wet, but yeah. Did you say you got wet last night?
Yeah, just as I left the I mean, it's only not too wet because I had an umbrella, but it's heavens opened.
It was given in bowls, wide of the off stump. Batsman lets it go through. I mean, it was a bit damp in the city centre, but it wasn't pouring down. I actually took a wrong turn. Yeah, a number of times I've driven around Cardiff. I ought to be a taxi driver, but for some reason I just went straight over, and I was heading for the football ground.
Well,
so there was a bit of traffic around, so I had to very quickly sort of loop back round and head back to the city centre. Seemed quite a lot of people heading in that direction.
Yeah, 12,000 I think they had.
Oh, very good. Given in bowls. Through it goes to wicketkeeper Cox. It's a nice, good little battle, this. He's very phlegmatic, is the word I'm looking for? Yeah, yes. He just turns around and walks back. And Given, he probably thinks...
I don't think Van der Hoogten's terribly worried about it either.
No.
He does the basics reasonably well, Tim Van der Hoogten. He has got a few first-class half-centuries, but somewhat limited in terms of shots, unless he really gets his iron.
Gibbon in again, left arm over to the right-hander, and this time he does get bat on it, pushes it out to Jake Libby at mid-off. The total to avoid the possibility of following on for Glamorgan is 305, and if they reach that, then I think it's a foregone conclusion that it will be a draw. If they match Worcestershire's score, then it'll definitely be a draw. So I think if they get to 305, we're playing for bonus points. We might be already. Gibbon to Van der Hoogten. Oh, solid this time. Big stride forward. pushes away. It's interesting because I spoke to Worcestershire's hero yesterday, Gareth Roderick, who went to 172 and then Worcestershire declared. Apparently they were going to declare at the end of that over anyway, but he wasn't aware of it. I don't
It's a bit harsh, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's what he said last night. So he got to his record, his highest ever score, and then the declaration came. Next ball wide of the off stump, goes through fairly low to Ben Cox, stooping to his right.
Van der Hoogten has one half century this season. He hit 62 in the first innings at Nottinghamshire, which was quite an important little knock in the context of the match, enabled Glamorgan to notch up a first innings lead of 77 and push on to win the match at Trent Bridge.
Is that about the only game Notts have lost this season? They haven't lost many. Is the next ball from Gibbon, which is played nicely off the back foot away through extra cover. He's only going to get a single. A scrambling Taylor Cornell manages to get across and cut it off. So one more to the Glamorgan total. I'm just looking, I printed off the league table.
Yeah, it's their only defeat.
I was going to say, yeah, it lost
seven wickets on I think it was Easter weekend. It was very sunny anyway in April.
Could be Boxing Day, we play that early these days.
It was a very nice sunny weekend, I remember that.
Yeah. Quite like Trent Bridge, of the bigger grounds. It's got a nice atmosphere about it.
And the food's good.
It is very good, yeah, excellent.
122 for 2.
Almost Benno time, 1-2-2 for 2. Away goes Joe Leach, bowls, pushed around the offside, no run. Of all the fancy dress that you see at international cricketing occasions these days, I think the Richie Bennos are about the best. They all turn up with them, their wigs and jackets on and look the part.
Yeah, it's a fairly easy one to achieve that, isn't it? You just need a light coloured jacket and a grey wig with the hair brushed sideways.
Yeah.
Side parting.
So it does amuse me. Leach. Oh, have I pinched your over here? I have. You carry on, mate.
Leach bowls, Van der Hoogten drives, as long as one of us is doing it, isn't it? A dot ball.
Just, my mind was clouded by the Richie Bennos.
Well, my hair's approaching that colour anyway.
Yeah.
I must have a light jacket somewhere in the wardrobe.
Yes, I've long gone past that, I think.
But the sort of formal, or not formal, but sort of jackets that you wear, shirt and ties, I mean, I've got about 4 of them. They've been pretty much sitting in the cupboard for the last 3 years since COVID.
Yeah.
Leach bowls and turned off his legs by Van der Hoogten, singled down to fine leg to move into double figures, 123 for 2.
Yeah, the bizarre thing was that during COVID I lost a pair of shoes. A pair of nice black shoes that I wore, 4 occasions, such as that, collar, tie, black shoes. And no, I have no idea where they got. No idea. My wife swears that she didn't throw them in the bin, but where did they go? Because we didn't have to wear such things.
Yeah. Here's Leach to bowl to Gill. Big appeal not given as Gill pushed forward and keeps his leg outside off stump just to prove the point.
He was making a point there, wasn't he? He is outside the line.
Yes.
Good shout though.
It was a good shout in terms of volume, but not in terms of accuracy. It was worth making the inquiry because I think it would have hit the stumps, but he was playing a shot and it was outside, hit outside off, and Gill very pointedly left his left leg where it was.
He certainly was yesterday batting somewhere outside his crease. It looks as if he takes a middle and leg guard as well, which is somewhat unusual these days.
Leach is in to bowl to Gill, who takes a step down the pitch and plays it to mid-on, and there's no run. I think Gill was actually ticked off by umpire Taylor, wasn't he, for damaging the surface or risking doing so. It's something at which Marnus Labuschagne, who likes to bat outside his creases, had quite vigorous arguments with umpires here as to what he is and isn't allowed to do.
Well, I think the laws of the game say you can stand anywhere, but there is the other law that says
Leach bowls, Gill on the back foot, defends slightly awkwardly to short mid-wicket, no run.
That says you can't damage the wicket, of course, so, or the pitch, as we should call it. The wicket, and there's of course the three stumps at the end.
Well, the wicket is many things in cricket, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Confusingly, it can be referred to the pitch, it can be referring to the stumps, and it can refer to a batter being out.
Yeah, but they, my umpiring chums, I actually went on an umpire's course many years ago, and that was the first thing I learned. I said something about the wicket, and they said, no, the 3 bits of wood with the 2 bits of wood on the top, that's the wicket. The rest of it is the pitch and the ground. Anyway, here's Ben Gibbon hoping to pitch one on the pitch, which he does. Van der Houten for forward, pushing away on the onside. Some cloud building up away to our right from where the weather has been coming throughout the game. But we're all right for a bit. It's one shower yesterday caught everybody out, including the ground staff. They're the people who normally know when it's going to rain. But they were having a cup of tea. Here's Gibbon, nice shot down the ground, 4 runs. D'Oliveira doesn't even bother to dive for that one. Over pitch, on leg stump, boom, away it goes.
I think Gibbon might have actually got a hand to that.
Oh, did he? Let's have a look. Let's have a look on the replay.
Maybe just a fingertip.
Yeah.
Remember, you can watch these proceedings on both county websites as well as listening to us on BBC Sport Online.
Although if you listen to us and watch at the same time, it very often bears no resemblance to what we're watching, to what you'll be watching. 14 to Van der Houten, 127 for 2. Next ball, which is driven again. This time to Libby at mid-off. That's a little bit of difficulty stopping what should have been a fairly straightforward stop, but there is no run.
Yeah, thankfully we have real-time monitors here in Cardiff.
Yes, excellent.
As is provided in New Road, but not all the grounds around the country. So, and some we're watching things in 40-second delays, which is quite useful for replays, but not very useful in talking to the pictures.
No, if you've got a spinner on, it's 2 balls later. Here's Gibbon again. Van der Houten forward very solidly, pushes the ball away on the offside. He's got 14 from 41 deliveries now. Gill 38 from 56. We had Byrom going like a mad thing yesterday when in started. He was going to run a ball at one time. He did slow down a bit and then went in the evening session for 67.
Yeah, David Harrison, Glamorgan's assistant coach, saying it wasn't a particular tactic to come out and attack. It was just the way it fell for Byrom. He's not usually as aggressive as that innings.
Looks good to watch. Slip. Haynes has come out to a short mid-wicket position, and Van der Houten, of course, the Murphy's Law would say that he was going to edge it down through second slip, but he didn't get any bat on it at all as he went through to Ben Cox. He ended up down on one knee, playing a Caribbean-type drive. Now, Gibbon is now going around the wicket, so he's angling the ball into the right-hander. And the sun is very bright. The shadows, even at this time of day, are slightly longer than those that are creating them. Autumn sunshine. Gibbon bowls, nice shot. And away to the covers, Libby's after it. He might cut this one off. It is slowing down a bit, but no, it's not. He's not going to cut it off. But very well timed. That's 3 really good boundaries that he's hit this morning. And who goes to 18? Gill has 38. And Glamorgan are 131 for 2.
Yes, nice chunky sound when Van der Houten makes contact with those drives. Well, nice from the Glamorgan point of view.
Worcestershire snuck a 12th man on.
61. Yeah. Is that Finch?
Finch, yeah, Adam Finch. because I think Dylan Pennington's gone to put his bowling boots on. Do they have bowling boots these days? I don't know.
Well, there's lots of changes. Lots of bowlers go on and off the field before or after a spell, so I presume so. Leach to Gill. Half volley, clipped away on the leg side for a single down to fine leg.
Had a lot of time to play that, didn't he?
131, 132 for 2. Gill to 39 not out on Glamorgan debut. And Van der Hoogten on to strike in the Cardiff sunshine.
Torrential sunshine.
Yes, I don't know if we ought to bother reading out the forecasts anymore.
No.
Leach bowls a short delivery that Van der Hoogten just ducks underneath and ignores. But if they are correct, we might get quite a lot of rain for a couple of hours.
Yeah. But as we've been saying all along, if you listened to the forecast for too long over the last couple of days,
we wouldn't have got a match cricket at all.
No. I looked at it on Sunday and I thought, oh dear me, I'm not going to get much in this week. But there we are. I was even looking at the local cinema listings.
As Leach bowls and has Van der Hoogten caught behind, pushing forward. 133 for 3, a bowling point for Worcestershire. They have 4 from the match as Van der Hoogten goes caught Cox, bowled Leach for 18. Little doubt about that one.
No, he didn't really get into line, did he? He's been batting well as well. A couple of nice crisp drives, but he's done his job. He's lasted half an hour this morning and added 29 runs with Gill, so job done.
Indeed. We referred to the Nighthawk earlier on.
Nighthawk calling.
That Stuart Broad was lined up to do for England. Did he actually do it at all? I can't remember. Or was it they just talked about it a bit?
I think it was just talked about, wasn't it?
It's just such a bizarre concept, isn't it? That if you want to protect your better batsman, that you send a guy in to have a quick thrash who's fairly likely to get out anyway.
Yeah. And if if your night watchman gets out, what do you do? You're sending another night watchman in, or do you just...
Yeah.
Just get on with the game.
Basically, you need a tail ender with a decent defence, don't you?
Yeah.
I.e. Van der Hoogten.
Yeah. At most first-class cricketers, you come in 10 or 11, you can bat these days. I better go off and update other people as to the events so far here.
Okay, perhaps we could send Mr. Bevan our way. 132 for 3. Worcestershire with a point. Will there be time for Glamorgan to get up to 200 before any bad weather affects us? There's quite a tendency in the game to say there's a bit of weather around, which is again a weird thing, since there's always a bit of weather around, be it good, bad or indifferent. So Van der Hoogten faced 45 deliveries and hit 3 fours. Gill so far has faced 57 deliveries, he's hit 5 fours and a 6. He'll be joined by Sam Northeast, Championship's leading run scorer going into this week. 132 for 3. There's another consultation between the umpires, as well as various Worcestershire consultations as well, and Sam Northeast and Shubman Gill have a little chat as preparation for their first time batting together. Gill's first time in British county cricket, but he's done pretty well so far, and he'll be watching as Sam Northeast takes strike. And Worcestershire has still got Haynes in under the sun hat at short mid-wicket, and Barnard at a very short catching extra cover, and North East defends his first delivery from Leach up to D'Oliveira. Very good morning to Edward Bevan.
Very good morning to you, Nick. Pleasant morning.
It is at the moment.
But as that ball was bowled and dismissed Van der Gooten, it was raining.
Was it?
Yes. And it was no wonder that the ground staff weren't around, because they knew it was just a quick passage shower. I had a couple of those on the way up this morning, just as you turn one windscreen wiper off, and it stopped.
Leach in to bowl to North East, and he is forward defending to D'Oliveira at mid-off again.
One of those days again, Nick, I think, like the first 2 days.
Yeah, it hammered down as I left the stadium last night again for about 10-15 minutes as I was driving home as well.
Yeah, well, when I was through Bridgend, I nearly had to stop. This is so bad.
Gosh.
And then by the time I got to Port Talbot, nothing.
132 for 3. Van der Hoogten gone for 18. Caught behind off Leach, who bowls now. And there is a strangled appeal as North East was beaten by that one. It's 132 for 3 at the end of the over, but Van der Hoogten has done his job. Just a question of how long the bad weather will stay away today, and whether we can get maybe a full morning session in. It's due to be until 12:40, by the way, an extra 10 minutes added to each session theoretically, but I'm sure there will be interruptions at some point.
Yes, because yesterday you were told that tea was at 3:20 and it was 3:25.
Tut tut. The Welsh cakes were going stale.
Yes, must mention Sandra, the dear lady who sends us cakes. Muffins today.
Oh. If there's any left.
Yeah. Given then to come from the river end, bowls and Gill drives up to mid-off, and there is no run. 132 for 3. It was for a little partnership between the night watchman, Tam Van der Gooten, and Shubman Gill. They put on 29. And the wicket falling to Leach, who will be glad of that wicket because he's been rather expensive. 11 overs, 1 for 42. No.
Ball time. Just trying to think, I mean, Shubman Gill may well have talked to Ravi Shastri, India coach, about coming to Glamorgan. There haven't been that many Indian players here over the years, have there? Struggling to think of it.
India, no?
Yeah.
Ravi, yeah, I can't. Unless, somebody's popped over for a game or two, as they do these days, right?
Yeah. They've been heavy on Australians, haven't they? Glamorgan and South Africans in recent seasons.
Remember Steve Cook?
Oh, yes.
Talking of South Africans.
Yeah, he was the last month of the season job. It's funny, isn't it, that we've had several of those as Glamorgan batters. Hamish Rutherford played One Day Cup and the last 4 championship matches last season quite successfully.
And the Pakistan gentleman, who left-hander.
Oh, Fakhar Zawan, yeah.
He was here, and he's a regular now, especially in the one-day side in Pakistan. He got 150 and that was it.
Yeah.
But
I think he was gone by the last month, though. Steve Cook didn't make any in the last month.
Didn't make any full stop, did he?
And there was Craig Brathwaite, who did pretty well as a solid opener in September, didn't he, for 4 games?
Do you remember, it was at Worcester we were, and he got run out in his first appearance, and he literally wouldn't leave the crease. And the crowd started going at him, and then he took a circular walk.
He dragged himself off, didn't he?
Absolutely dragged himself off, and there was no doubt about the run.
No, I think he was just so disappointed to come over and you're sawn off. I think it was his partner's fault by and large, and he was very... he also got a century, and he's one of the worst sloggers I've ever seen, because they were trying to press on to a very correct-looking batsman, and then he was called upon to throw the bat and couldn't get wood on it. Ball change. Yeah, here we go. They have a new one.
Hope it's not too new.
132 for 3. Exactly 34.1 overs.
Here's Gibbon then to resume. He's only bowled the one ball. Comes in again and bowls, and Gill is forward. Good delivery. Forcing him to play defensively away onto the offside. Obviously, he has met some northeast, and before meeting in the middle, not like the late Colin Cowdrey at the age of 42 was summoned to Australia with an injury crisis, and as he walked into bat, he went up to Jeff Thompson, rather than abrasive fast bowler you've probably heard of, and said, "Good morning, I don't think we've met." I won't give you the reply, as in comes Gibbon and bowls, because Cowdrey was a very prim and proper, lovely man and a real gentleman. I will tell you off air exactly what he said.
Bit of effing and jeffing, was that?
Bit of effing at the start, and the word grandpa came into it. 132 for 3, 39 to Gill, who has been impressive in certainly in his shot selection. As he waits, as we do, for Gibbon, bringing left arm over the wicket. He's in now and bowls to Gill, and Gill clips this away on the onside. He'll get a single, and we'll probably settle at that, as the return comes in very quickly from Roderick. Doesn't show any of his long stay yesterday at the crease. He's tired, sprinting along.
He's quite a useful fielder for a guy who's more normally a wicket-keeper, or
yes,
pretty often a wicket-keeper.
9 years, 8.5 years with
the Shire.
Worcestershire. Probably still lives it, doesn't he? Because what is it, half an hour down the road, Bristol? Not much more, down the M5. Here is Gibbon again, this time to bowl to northeast. His first ball at him, and northeast plays with a ball that ducks into him and plays it gently up to mid-on, where it's fielded by the captain, Mr. D'Oliveira.
Talking about encounting people without much
respect?
Without much previous discussion at work. I was commentating on a rugby game for one of the Welsh sides in Glasgow.
Last ball of the over as Gibbon comes in and bowls again, and northeast is forward, running a good spell. He did bowl well last night, and he's taken 2 of the 3 wickets to fall. Worcestershire then 454 for 9 declared. Glamorgan now 133 for 3.
And for logistical reasons, we couldn't get a Welsh pundit to travel up to Glasgow, so we borrowed one of the Glasgow players who wasn't involved in that match to do the summarising, and he was slightly late, so the programme was starting at 7 o'clock. And as I was saying, hello and welcome to Glasgow, this chap who I'd never met before they just had to sort of sling the headphones at him and start talking live, you know.
You knew who he was, did you?
Just about. He wasn't hugely famous. As Leach is in to bowl to Gill, who takes a step down the wicket and then glances it down to fine leg. I think he was looking to play a bit squarer than that. Takes a single. Why is Gill taken to advancing down the wicket?
I tell you what, he's either a supremely confident young man. Then we heard in the interview that you did yesterday with Roderick, or Brothers did, and he said it's a bare, very bare wicket, so he's thinking it's a very easy batting surface and trustworthy. And that's the reason I think that he probably knows now how to play on this pitch. That's the only reason I can think of. Somebody quicker than Leach might remind him.
Yes. Leach in to bowl to northeast, who leaves one that goes through low outside off stump. Leach has his hand in the air, and it was only on about fourth stump.
Yeah.
And through to Cox it went.
Pennington is doing all sorts of jumping up and down exercises at mid-on, Big, tall, well-built young man.
Yeah, just the 4 bowlers used so far, the 4 seamers, Leach, Gibbon, Pennington and Barnard.
He bowled quite well, Barnard, I thought, last night.
Leach bowls and Barnard does the fielding as North East yet to get off the mark, drives straight to
talking about
extra.
As a wicketkeeper, Nick, welcoming batsman coming in, do you say hello, nice to see you again, or you just don't bother?
Well, there's usually a sort of new batsman in.
Do you?
Yeah, we
applaud him in.
Well, the team still, well, if we remember, token effort.
Never did that.
Batroon. Here's Leach is in. North East gets off the mark this time. He may get off the mark with 4. He does, as he's got that one fine of fine leg, who's on a 45 degree, and the shot was on about 30 degrees. As
with Duncan Fletcher, as we well know, as coaching this side, he would be furious. But he would have had his fine leg much finer, much finer. And I can't understand where they are really, because.
Well, you're also trying to do the job of a backward square leg as well, aren't you?
Yes. Might see him go back to the boundary in a minute.
Leach bowls and North East leaves outside off stump. Basically, on the leg side, you've got 3 men trying to do the job of 4 positions, haven't you? Because mid-wicket is slightly square towards the umpire. Mid-on is fairly conventional, but there's no square leg as such. And it's a short boundary on that grandstand side of the ground, so it could be productive.
You've also got 6 men on the offside. So, no, I don't think the purists and the specialists, seamers of days gone by, would agree with this.
Leach to bowl, and North East drives through the leg side, not maybe quite timed, but he'll pick up a couple of runs as it's fielded just inside the wide long on boundary by Dylan Pennington, away to our right, and North East moves up to 6, and Glamorgan onto 140 for 3, having lost the wicket this morning of night watchman Tim van der Hoogden. Court Cox bowled Leach for 18. That was 3 for 132. It's now 3 for 140 in reply to Worcestershire's formidable 4-5-4 for 9 declared.
As we start the 3rd day, this is going to be, I think, just a day of battling for bonus points. Worcestershire, who picked up 3 in the first innings, have now picked up a bowling point, so they're ahead in the stakes at the moment, 4-2. But Glamorgan probably pick up a couple. We've got a change of bowling as Ed Barnard, who bowled his overs yesterday, his 5 overs for 18. He bowled from this end, but he's bowling from the river end. And Shubman Gill is not quite ready. He's having a look around the field. Just the one slip now for Barnard, who's not as quick as Gibbon, but a very useful seamer. Here he is, and bowls the first ball and brings Gill forward and pushes it up towards mid-off. Gill then on 44 in his first appearance for Glamorgan. Correction, 41. And the other batsman, North East, is on 6. The sun shines down. I've been given that weather forecast. What does it say, gentlemen? In comes Barnard and bowls and gets right behind that, this Gill, and just pushes it out to mid-off.
70% chance of rain at 12, allegedly, according to the Met Office. But
well, gentleman next door was telling me it was around that for 11. I don't know. I suppose it's just difficult to forecast where exactly the rain's going to drop. These scattered thundery showers as Barnard passes the umpire, bowls. Nice rusty shot there from Gill, gets him a single up to mid-wicket where Roderick fields. And this brings Sam North East down on 141 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Yeah, BBC light showers 67% chance at 12, 78% chance at 1, etc.
Yeah, well, I didn't think we'd have gotten as much cricket as we have in these 3 days at the weekend, last weekend. Barnard bowls, nice looking drive, but straight to mid-off by Sam Northeast. Glamorgan's run rate 3.86 at the moment, which is very good going as their pursuit for both batting points here. 3 more games left after this. Crucial game at Lord's against Middlesex next week. The following week, Derby are the visitors, and then it's rounded off down at Hove. As Barnard's next ball is a little bit wide of the off stump, and he lets it go through, does it northeast to wicketkeeper Cox.
As for Worcestershire, they travel to Hove next week. Sussex have been struggling this season, so that's winnable. And then I suppose you have to say the destiny's in their own hands to a certain extent, because they play 2 of the other sides challenging, Nottinghamshire and Middlesex, both at New Road.
Yes, it's difficult run in, isn't it? Here's Barnard, turns at the end of his run, comes up, nice looking run, and delivery is now, but it's short and cut away for 4 runs. Outside the off stump by Northeast, and takes him into double figures. He's on to 10 and 145 for 7. For 3. Really, I'm ahead of myself, nearly jolting people to spill their coffee if they're listening to this.
That's all right, I just finished mine. First coffee of the day.
145 for 3.
They're playing in Newport in Glamorgan's second 11 game, where Glamorgan are 391 for 7 in reply to Sussex's 261 all out, and youngster Ben Callaway is 61 not out after centuries yesterday for captain Callum Taylor, and for Zen Malik, and second trialist from the South Asian Cricket Academy. So it'll be interesting to see whether Glamorgan follow Worcestershire's lead, who signed Kashif Ali from that organisation, designed to give players possibly a second chance, or bring through players who didn't come through the conventional route. As Pennington is in the attack, and bowls turned on the leg side by Gill, neatly clipped away to mid-wicket, but it's just a single. The sad news from Kidderminster is that there is no further news still. They're still off because of a wet outfield, with Worcestershire 235 for 7. I don't think they played yesterday. No, Mr. Bradley confirmed that. So Super Sopper needed at Kidderminster. 146 for 3 here, thankfully in the sunshine for the time being at least. There's Pennington bowls to Northeast, who defends back to the bowler.
Only visited Kidderminster once, and that was for a pre-season friendly. And we did our updates and everything like that in front of the pavilion, on a bench. Is it the same? Yes, it was, I won't say a featureless ground, but just off the main road. Am I right, Brad? It's going back over 20 years.
Northeast faces up to Pennington, who bowls him. Well, that was a quick delivery from Dylan Pennington, and Northeast has gone for 10. No repeat of his heroics in the last match against Leicestershire, as Pennington fired one through there. May have come back a little bit through the gate and knocked back middle and off stump. 146 for 4, advantage Worcestershire.
Yes, good delivery, as you say. Nip back, and I must say that the seamers have bowled extremely well this morning, and sensing that perhaps they can dismiss Glamorgan and get a lead on first innings, because you say 146 for 4, but of course included in that is the wicket of the night watchman, and we'll probably have coming in next Kieran Carlson, and there's Cook and Root Harris, so it's a pretty strong batting lineup. But as long as they get a little bit of assistance from this pitch, Worcestershire have done pretty well. They've taken 2 wickets this morning in the first 50 minutes of play, and that was a good delivery.
Yeah, it's been a decent season for young Pennington. 28 wickets at an average of 24. Some good stats among the Worcestershire seamers, with Joe Leach having 27 at 22. And Worcestershire looking to press home their advantage with another couple of wickets in the morning session before the bad weather may or may not arrive. Kieran Carlson then, with the long walk out the middle. He's averaging 24 this season. Just 3 half centuries and a highest score of 91 in the first innings of the win over Leicestershire here back in May in the first block of fixtures.
Oh, of course, I omitted there to mention Chris Cook. Everybody's dropping down one, so Carlson, Cook, Root, Harris, all specialist batsmen basically. But they'll have to get their heads down. And Gill, of course, is still there. Much depend on him now. But it's been a good effort here this morning by the seamers. And to get north east will be a fellow in the cap of Mr. Pennington rather.
He's ready to go now. He's at his mark and waiting for Carlson, who's potching round, looking at the wicket, taking guard now, and Pennington is almost pouring at the mark.
As you would be.
Come on, face up. But Carlson is canny enough to make him wait. Does a few extra stretches, and
he's ready.
Pennington is on his way before Carlson was almost looking at him there. And the first ball is edged and caught at slip. First baller for Kieran Carlson, 146 for 5, and Pennington is on a hat-trick.
Yeah, he rather groped for that outside the off stump. Nevertheless, it was another very good delivery. Just went in a very good catch at first slip.
At Pollock,
he had to go to his left, and that's the end of Carlson. And Glamorgan are in some bother here.
5 down and still 308 behind.
Yeah.
And Kieran Carlson's rather below par season continuing, I'm afraid. The first baller as Pennington and his teammates celebrate the hat-trick.
So all of a sudden it's gone very interesting, because weather permitting, we still have a day and a half left. I know it's very early with the Glamorgan batting to come to conjecture what will they do and all that, but if they get a real lead, shall we say, of 250, you think, well, let's have another bowl.
Yep. I think there's little doubt that if Worcestershire do have the chance of enforcing the follow-on, they would do so, given that the first 2 days of the match we only saw 12 wickets fall, but Glamorgan have lost 3 in 55 minutes this morning.
Billy Root coming instead of Chris Cook. He's jumped over him in the order.
Yeah, I think Leicester. Yeah, Root got a first baller in the second innings, didn't he?
Winning runs at Worcester, didn't he?
Got the winning runs at Worcester. Vital innings of 99 not out.
We've got a big 100 in the 50 over game.
Absolutely.
Five sixes.
The Root was Kodak-Man bowled right first ball. That after having had his pads on for a while.
Well, he's could be the hat-trick victim if Pennington strikes.
Dylan Pennington then from the Cathedral Road end to the left-handed Billy Root. 2 slips and a gully. Crouch. Pennington bowls. Root leaves outside off stump. Oohs and ahs from the slip cordon as that one continued on its way. It was spilt by Cox rather to spoil the drama anyway, but there was no shot played and Root wanders down for a prod at the wicket.
1 run scored and 2 wickets as Pennington prepares to bowl his last ball.
Yeah, fine over as he bowls to Root, who gets back firmly to ball and defends to Libby at cover. That is the end of Pennington's 9th over. He now has 2 for 37 next to his name on the board, and Glamorgan in difficulty at 146 for 5 in reply to Worcestershire's 4-5-4 for 9.
They've lost 3 wickets in, for 14 runs. This after they were in pretty good position of 132 for 2. The night watchman Tim van der Goten went, but then 2 batsmen went in quick succession to 2 good deliveries, Northeast for 10 and Carlson first ball. And it will be Barnard to continue from that far end, North for 23 in his 6, and Shubman Gill is to receive, and he does receive and chips it away out to deep mid-wicket. There'll only be a single, and no, they're going to be 2 because I fancy that Mr. Roderick there tried to pick it up one-handed and took his eye off the ball, which the batsman didn't, and Shubman Gill came back for a second once he saw the fumble. 45 for him, 148 for 5 now, Glamorgan.
Yeah, rather ran past that one, Roderick, after we praised his fielding earlier on.
Barnard crouches at the end of his run. Now he's into it and bowls, and Gill is forward, plays it away. Now he probably knows that Billy Root is a very good runner between the wickets, so Gill at 22 years of age is probably an equally good runner. But
they don't really know each other
very well.
Probably have only had 1 or 2 net sessions and a team meeting or 2 to make their acquaintances.
Let me do the calling. Is Barnard in, bowls now, and Gill is forward, plays it out to backward point where it's fielded. The bowlers are keeping this very good line and a good length here, not letting Glamorgan get any freebies. There's a couple of early boundaries, but since then it's been rained. Boundaries have been reined in. Here's Barnard. In again and bowled again. Down the pitch he comes, but Barnard just dropped it a little bit short. One thing, he does go a bit early, doesn't he, and tells the bowler what he's going to do. And the bowler has time then to adjust his length.
Strange results for the Wales over 60s in the World Cup in Queensland, having defeated Sri Lanka and India. They've now lost to Canada by 1 run today.
1 run, oh dear. Barnard bowls and Gill is tentatively forward, again plays it out into that sort of deep gully position.
Yeah, they're playing over 45 overs. Canada managed 227 for 7 in their 45. Wales finished up 226 for 9 with a run out off the last ball as they went for a tie. Mike Hayden again top scored with 84, Swansea player.
Yeah, played a lot against Mike before he moved to Anastower at the end of his career. In comes the next delivery. Down the wicket comes Gill. That is pretty good over again. A couple of runs off it, end of, and the score is 148 for 5. Much dependent on Gill, who is on 45. Root yet to score.
So Wales there have won 2, lost 1, and had 1 rained off. Steve West on Twitter saying this is not our finest hour for Glamorgan. Neil Thornycroft saying Shubman Gill is the antithesis of Marnus Labuschagne. Marnus all action and nerves, Gill calmness personified. He'll need to be calm, but he's watching from the far end as Pennington bowls to Root, who pushes into the offside and calls for a quick single to get off the mark as he steers it between the 2 fielders.
Not good viewing here, as you see the ground staff trudge from their little office away to our right to sit in front of the hovercraft.
If you want to tweet us, Bradders at BBC, who will be with us after this over, and Nick Webb 2017. It's Pennington to bowl to Gill on 45 not out, who drives firmly but straight to D'Oliveira at mid-off.
It looks as if there's a drop of rain in the off-in. I didn't see the Glamorgan. They enjoyed to walk. David Harris and Matt Maynard like to walk around the ground, but I don't think it's them. I think it's the ground staff. Where are they going? They have gone a little bit further than usual.
Pennington bowls to Gill, who drives. Has he beaten D'Oliveira? No, he hasn't, as the Worcestershire captain tumbles to his left to get his body behind that one and cut off a ball that would have raced the ropes had he not intercepted it.
And perhaps they're not the ground staff after all. It's a long way, because
it might be some of the Worcestershire staff, I think, because they've also got the green tops that the Glamorgan ground staff have got. As Pennington is in to bowl and nurdled away on the leg side by Gill for the single that brings up the 150 for the home side, but a very long way to go. 304 runs behind and half their men back in the shed.
So better news, it's not, we've discovered the ground staff, it's the Worcestershire backroom staff.
Very, very similar colour, well, virtually identical colour. Glamorgan ground staff wear green as opposed to the team and coaches who have blue gear. Pennington to bowl to Root, who's beaten, I think, by that one outside off stump, unless he played inside at the very last minute. Replay shows he was beaten. Remember, you can watch the game with our commentary on the Glamorgan Worcestershire websites if you're not already doing so. If you want to just listen, you're very welcome as well on the BBC website and app. Last ball of the 40th over, after which I shall vacate. As Pennington, with two slips crouching behind Root, finds the left-hander in defensive mode, playing on the offside. 150 for 5, 304 still behind. Gill has 46, Root has 1. 3 wickets have fallen this morning, and Edward Bevan will be accompanied by Dave Bradley.
Yes, the weather keep him up at the moment. Nice blue sky above and quite bright to our right and to our left. So we'll keep fingers crossed that we can have a fair amount of days cricket. And I'm sure that Worcestershire, as Sir Dave Bradley joins me, will be hoping that the weather is kind, because they're on top at the moment, and deservedly so, with some very good bowling. As in comes Barnard, starts another over, to which Gill comes right forward, and is 46 not out. Very good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, Edward.
Good evening's walk, got your steps back?
I did, actually, yes. I walked from my hotel to another hotel for cocktails. Well, okay, a Diet Coke, you know, so you got to dress it up a bit, and you know. It's a BBC after all, you know.
There's a drop of lemon in it, probably.
Yeah.
Barnard is in again, and bowls, and Gill is defensive, knows now that he is the senior batsman of anything else to come. And a good effort here, Brothers, by the seamers. I think bowled pretty well.
Dylan Pennington, when he sort of slips himself, he's pretty quick.
He is.
He sort of came to prominence, came to my prominence, and he had Scarborough bowling down the slope, and he had Kane Williamson jumping all over the place, and I think that's when he sort of realised that he could bowl quick.
Short, pulled, and I was looking toward the square leg boundary, but it only went to short mid-wicket.
Yeah, there was some alarm. I don't know how.
He might have hit it in the air and landed just short.
Yeah.
But played a bit too early, perhaps.
Yes, he looks a class act, Mr. Gill. As that little, as I said earlier, has a little split second more time to play, it seems.
And that is the hallmark of a class batsman, isn't it? The difference.
Yeah. Bats well outside his crease as well.
Barnard comes in and bowls to him, and an appeal for LBW, and not out, says the umpire. Let's have a look. Oh, it was high. Yeah, it was high.
Not a great shot though, was it? You know,
he's got this thing of walking down the pitch, Butters, and
he did it yesterday.
Yeah,
played a horrible across the line scoop type shot, but sort of out of context with the rest of his batting.
Yeah, and bowlers will get to know all about this. They're a cagey lot. As Barnard comes in and bowls and lands on the half volley. There's no run. A testing over from the bowler here. He knows that he's advancing down the pitch, and he knows that anything loose will be punished. Good bit of cricket. Proper cricket, as we've been saying.
Proper cricket, mate. No scoops, reverse sweeps.
Here's Barnard to finish the over. He's in and bowls, and that's time just a little bit short, but he's played defensively up to mid-off. Maiden over, well bowled, 150 for 5. Gill is on 46. Root is on 1, and the batsman out this morning. The night watchman, Tim van der Gooten, caught Cox bowled each for 18. And then 2 wickets in successive balls from Pennington. He bowls northeast for 10, and then had Carlson groping really outside the off stump, pushing forward, caught by Pollock, and a very good catch it was at first slip without scoring.
Here is Dylan Pennington, Cathedral Road end in, and bowls and pushed out on the offside by Billy Root, who Worcestershire know all about.
We've just been talking about
season.
That.
Yes, he played some games for Worcestershire Seconds a few years ago.
Did he?
Didn't quite make it. I've been had the mick taken out of me this morning by a member of the hierarchy at New Road, who apparently said I said I'd done some research. And he said, I hope you're okay. Our medical team are here for you in this difficult moment. I said, well, do me a bit of research. Here's the next ball from Pennington, which is fullish length. Root pushes away.
What are they trying to insinuate?
Probably that I don't know what I'm talking about, which I'm not totally against that, to be honest. But I've not known what I've been talking about for about 30 years, so,
So what
you can fool most of the people most of the time.
So this fellow said that he's done some research.
Yes, he didn't think that it was possible for me to do research, so thought I may have needed medical assistance. There we are.
There we are.
Yeah.
We all get it.
Ah, yeah. Here's Pennington to bowl to Root, and Root goes back and jumps into his crease and pushes the ball away on the offside. Bright blue sky away from whence the weather is coming. We're quite happy with this, thank you.
Yes.
I'm still, I think I said it earlier.
You're not trusting them, though.
Well, I was astonished that we were playing cricket at 6:30 last night, because I thought that, the lights are going to go, we'd gone off and come back on.
Then the sun came out, then went
10
back
overs, yeah. And then we played till 6:30 in September. Here's Pennington's next ball, which is short and easily not dealt with by Root, because he didn't have to deal with it, he just ducked underneath it. Last weekend of the league season for most cricket clubs, this next weekend, probably the last games of the season, and then the groundsman will start to dig it all up and reseed.
Remember when I played, it was ridiculous to play the last game at the end of August. And we'd have a gorgeous September, but the problem is that so many clubs share grounds, club grounds anyhow, with rugby or soccer.
Pennington in bowls and pushed out on the offside, and there is no run. Second team are playing at Kidderminster at Chester Road this weekend, so let's hope that dries out. I've been told there's still water on the outfield.
Nick was telling us about it.
Who's the Worcestershire second team scorers.
Did you ever work at Dudley?
No, I went to Dudley, never worked there, but I went to get our game there. I went a couple of times, I think, with my dad. Of course, that disappeared, literally. It sank.
Down the ground?
Yeah, good old ground that was. Here's the next ball from Pennington, pushed away on the offside. No run. Worcestershire won the Sunday League at Dudley the one season Worked
Anywhere
out.
else, outgrounds?
No.
Kitty, no.
Kitty's the standby ground.
And the other grounds they used to play. I travelled up in a storm to play a 2020, I think it was, nearly in Wolverhampton.
At Highley. That was the year 2007 when New Road was underwater, and they played home games they played one home game in
Himley, was it?
Taunton. Himley, yes, that's right, not Highley. They played one home game at Taunton. Played at Derby, played at Edgbaston. Yes, I remember that day.
When we were travelling up, it was chucking it down.
They were never going to play.
We got there and they said, oh yeah, we'll have a cup of tea and we'll call it off.
Yeah.
Charming. Anyway, here's Barnard to start in the over. Bowls at Gill, who plays a nice looking shot off the back foot and goes out to the man feeling on that deep extra cover boundary, the left arm seamer, Gibbon, and he collects a single. Gill now playing rather more watchfully than he did earlier today and last night, because he knows that with half the side gone, he's got to play and treat every ball with utmost respect. As Billy Root comes up to this end, takes guard from umpire Taylor, and he will face for the first time Ed Barnard.
Interesting field here. Got a cover point and a bloke just in front of cover in a catching position. They know, yeah.
Yeah, they know, you know.
Yeah.
With a Hilda Baker. In comes the first ball. Root is forward, studiously forward, head over the bat. Remember her? Little Hilda Baker.
Hilda Baker. What was the bloke that she used to have stood next to her? Who never said a word.
Yeah, he was on a lot of comedy. He used to nod his head, remember? He knows, you know.
He knows, you know. Yes, one of the old musical comedians, wasn't she, that got onto television.
I listen to some of them on my computer now and again, hilarious. Barnard bowls and well wide of the off stump and left.
There's a travelling show, it's a play, coming to Worcester, to Malvern rather soon, my local theatre.
Nice theatre that, isn't it?
It is a nice theatre. And it's called Spike, so it's a play
Spike Milligan.
about Spike Milligan, so I'm going to go and see that, because big fan of Milligan and the Goon Show when I was growing up.
Harry Seagham.
Yeah.
Yeah, Barnard is in and bowls, and it's take a well-judged leg by, I think it was in the end. Did it leggings? Yes, it is, says umpire Taylor. Do you remember lunchtime on a Sunday, round the horn?
Oh yeah.
Fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fantastic programme.
Kenneth Horne, you can buy those, I think. I saw something the other day.
Kenneth Williams.
16 episodes, yeah. The Navy Lark was another one, wasn't it?
We are going back now.
We are going back.
Here's the next ball. We had a wonderful...
My dad told me about that. I didn't actually hear it.
We had a wonderful place in Swansea, the Empire.
Oh, yeah.
And your usual 10 acts, and they used to go up at the side, and that trapeze act is finished. Now comes the ventriloquist, and then you have the star.
Yeah.
And they used to have the big stars there. Different days, no television.
No. Or very little television when I was a lad.
In comes the next ball, and it's tucked away. Typical Indian shot, wasn't it? Wristy out to backward square for a single as he inches forward towards his 50s. 48. Shubman Gill. That is the end of the over. We've reminisced throughout that over. Nothing much has happened. It's 153 for 5.
You're welcome to two old blokes talking about their youth.
We've been to Dudley, Kidderminster, and various music halls dotted around the country.
Yes. Sadly, there's the vast majority of the old theatres have disappeared, which is why we're always very grateful in our little town of Malvern that we have a smashing theatre, which is...
I've been told by people who have been there.
It's having a lot of money spent on it as well, so... Back here at the cricket is Dylan Pennington. He's coming in and he bowls to Shubman Gill, and Gill covers up and just plays the ball back down the pitch. And there is no run. Not too many, as I say, in today, but the faithful are in. There's a little knot of Worcestershire supporters I went down and had a quick chat with this morning. Who
stayed down or travelled?
Oh no, they stayed down, so they got 4 days. The usual suspects.
Critics.
Yes, yeah. They've all got a theory. Pennington in bowls, Gill forward.
What's the matter with D'Oliveira?
He's
appealing? Or?
No, I think he wants the ball to polish it, but he's not getting it. He's quite excitable, young Dolly.
111 at the start of play, so it's been rather slow going after losing those wickets, as you would imagine. Just the 42 runs added, most of them by Shubman Gill. 46 from 86 so far.
Pennington's next ball is just foolish length. It's driven. No, in fact, it's driven down the ground for 4. It was a foolish length. I thought that might have been stopped by Jake Libby at mid-on, but Gill goes to a very good half century. Raises his bat to 52 from 87 balls. Shubman Gill on his debut for Glamorgan, of course.
And a beautifully timed shot, wasn't it? Played a lot of those.
I didn't think it was that full of length when he came forward to play it, but he's
probably, as you said, he's standing well outside, isn't he?
Yeah, and his timing is
impeccable.
Yeah. As Pennington got an answer. Bowls a shorter delivery tucked away on the leg side. Going to pick up a single. Libby from mid-on goes away to his right. 158 for 5. Lunch, of course, today. I say of course, but lunch is at 12:30. It's been at all sorts of different times. Tea yesterday was really was a movable feast. It was going to be at 5:20, then 3:20, 3:20. It was all over the place. Anyway, lunch today at 12:30. We are informed.
And what is on the menu?
Oh, I don't know. We got a sneak preview yesterday. Pennington in bowls, played nicely off the back foot, but straight to Barnard, who is at cover point. Billy Root loves that shot.
He does. Shubman Gill
plays it
is waving at the dressing room. What he wants, I don't know.
I think he wants some dry gloves.
Possibly. You just and that walk from the dressing room, he'll probably get in 10 minutes.
Yeah. Big lunch, yeah.
The respective 12th and 13th men from both sides are seated on the boundary's edge in a couple of chairs, very wise.
Here's Pennington in bowls, Root forward, takes his bottom hand away as he plays that one. It was fairly full of length, but being cautious. End of the over, 158 for 5. Dylan Pennington has taken 2 for 44 in his 12 overs. 2 wickets in 2 balls this morning. Ed Barnard to continue. 9 overs for 27, so fairly economical. And Mr. Gill has got his replacement gloves. He's got some spray to go. He's having a drink. Getting a pint of brains down him, or similar. There are other ales that you can buy in South Wales.
-2 is the over rate.
That might be in the back of their minds.
Probably because we haven't seen any spin, and unlikely to unless D'Oliveira has a little twirl with his leg spin and googlies.
Yeah, he might get 2 or 3 in before lunch, mightn't he?
Libby perhaps, off spinner.
Libby bowls a little bit, but they might
stick with pace.
Stick with pace until just before lunch, maybe.
They are doing it now because in comes Barnard and bowls, and Gill turns his wrists, but hits it straight to that man who's had a bit of work to do today, Haynes, on the drive on the onside, because it looks as if Barnard is just angling it in just a little. Barnard's steady spell here. Off for 27 off his 9 overs and 1 ball, and he's bowling to Gill, and then he comes and bowls to him again, and it's just ducked in, as I was describing a moment ago, and it comes back in, and might have been a bat pad or something like that, because there was a yell from somewhere. It's just a case, Worcestershire keeping it steady.
You've got to keep chipping away on this pitch.
Exactly.
Yeah. Every now and then, one will go. I actually asked last night my post-day interview with Gareth Roderick.
Here's the next ball. Shot is short and it's pulled away, but straight to the man at fine leg. who is Darlington. I read your interview, or saw your interview, and he said it was a bare pitch.
Yeah, what he was saying was, because I said to him there was one from Tim van der Houten yesterday afternoon, bowling from the Cathedral Road end, that really took off. And he said, yeah, he must have hit a crack or a bump, because it really did go.
Yeah.
But
did he give any ideas of the tactics?
no, it was what we suspected. They just wanted to build up a big score,
Right.
and put pressure on Glamorgan, which I suppose they've done, you could say.
You can. Root, very watchful here. He's only got a single. As in comes the next ball, and he's again right forward, pushes it away, short mid-on.
Well, we're approaching the afternoon of day 3, and we've had quite a lot of cricket, haven't we, in this game? We've lost a few overs, but we've had quite a lot of cricket.
Well, if you've seen the weather forecast, brothers, on Sunday...
Oh, I did.
Well, my word.
Yeah,
what are we going up there for?
I said I looked at the cinema listenings for Cardiff, because I thought I'm going to have a few afternoons in there. But then, the wicket might be just doing one or two odd things by this time, 2.5 days.
It's another good straight delivery, which is defended, no run. They will hope it might crumble or spin, but fair to say they haven't got any recognised spinners, have they? Somebody bowled 20 over of spin, unless it really starts to rag.
No, I mean, Dolly's
steady, but not.
Yeah, well, he's taken wickets here in the past, but he's not your out-and-out front-line spinner.
In comes the last ball, and it's chipped away, but to a fielder. And Billy Root has now faced 19 balls, and he has scored just a single, but he's still there. 159 for 5.
The season, of course, as we were saying, goes late into September now. It used to be that the cricket season finished and the football season started, and vice versa.
Well, they played county cricket throughout the year.
Yeah, the football season ended with the cup final, and we started cricket the week after. Right. Sometimes played a game before the cup final, but never played on cup final day because you couldn't get a team out, because everybody was going to watch the cup final, because it was live on telly.
Yeah, and a great occasion it was. That's all changed now.
Yeah.
But as you say,
5 o'clock on a...
The EFL Championship this year started in July.
Yeah, crazy. Here's Dylan Pennington. He's in and he bowls, and that's a good ball. That really does take off, and that's about the first time that Gill has been done, shall we say.
That's the one that, as you mentioned now, brothers, that Van der Houten bowled yesterday.
Yeah,
just took off. Yeah. Immediately, slip goes in.
He does. Yeah, Jack Haynes goes to second slip, but that really that was a cracker. There's not many gone past the edge of Gill's bat in this innings.
Jack Haynes is wearing a sun hat.
He is. More an umbrella, I think he thinks it's going to rain. Here's Pennington's next ball, and Gill's
turned him then.
Yeah, he's definitely troubling the Indian batsman as he just squared up a little bit to that one.
Very good spell.
159 for 5. Gill has 54. Root has 1. Well, another wicket before lunch, and Worcestershire would consider they had a very good morning.
Do you think that Andrew Strauss has watched David Pennington bowl?
I don't think Andrew Strauss watches county cricket, does he?
No.
So Pennington again, and this time driven, nice solid shot, but straight to D'Oliveira.
He was in about this review, and hardly any promising fast bowlers. We're looking for them. I've seen Pennington once, I think, in the corresponding game earlier in the season. I was impressed there. And, go around and look. They used to have people going around, very knowledgeable people like Jeff Arnold, if you remember, Jackie Birkinshaw.
Yeah, Mike Hendrick did it for
for years. They know better than somebody sitting up there in London.
Pennington to Gill. Gill forward this time, very solidly in behind that one.
And he knows, Gill, that he's up against a very good young bowler here.
His second name is actually Young. Dylan Pennington. D.Y. Pennington, and his second name is Young. I think it's a family name. But yeah, I get really annoyed with people who talk about county cricket, including one Peterson. He talks about county cricket and never watches it.
Who listens to him?
Yeah, never watches it. Didn't take it seriously when he played in it. Is Pennington's next ball, and this is played away. They're going for a quick single here. They will have to be quick as well, and Libya's throw misses the stump, so we will never know. But I suspect that
might have struggled. Shall we look? Yeah,
I think he probably made it.
Be on your toes.
Yeah.
But
so Gill goes to 55.
Do you know, I say every time, I don't think, perhaps once this season I've seen a fielder hit. They all throw their arms up, but rarely you see them hit direct. Very rarely.
D'Oliveira hit at the river end this morning. Yeah, you don't see that many run outs, do you?
No, and they practice and practice and practice it before the start.
160 for 5. Last ball of Pennington's 13th over. This time Billy Root is forward defensively. Pushes the ball up to mid-off. I can safely predict that I'm about to sneeze.
Enjoy it. Going back to Kevin Peterson, of course, he came up with some... I had to read it twice. We should have... the county championship should be franchised. Didn't say how, and who are the teams, and who's going to pay for all that franchise.
Well,
but why bother?
There's this one theory that the county championship should be extended to 10 teams, and that 4 minor counties teams should go full-time professional and add to the county championship. Well, you tell me 4 minor counties teams that can afford to be full-time professional. It's just absolute nonsense. There's so many. There's one a day, isn't there? I think you said the other day. There's one a day. Somebody comes out with another theory. Oh, we'll have to do this. We'll have to do that.
I've probably heard about 15 in my long career doing this.
Yeah. Oh, we're going to do this.
Remember Lord McLaren?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he was great for cricket.
Yeah, is Gibbon back in the attack and bowls his first ball, and it's pushed by Gill up to mid-on. And Gill is having to work hard for his runs here by some very, very good seam bowling. By the Leach, not so impressive, but Gibbon certainly, Pennington most certainly, and Barnard, who's been very steady today. So Barnard has a rest, Gibbon is back in. Pennington might just have a rest also, one would have thought, as Gibbon bowls, driven nicely, straight to mid-off, there's no run.
Well, I should have to nip up and do a news type update, so get Mr. Webb to slide back in here.
160 for 5. And all of a sudden the run rate's gone down to 3.49, 3.5, which is fine, but they were galloping away last night at 6 and 5s.
Is the situation of the game has brought some of that about, one would imagine, with 5 wickets down.
Gibbon bowls, Gill drives. This time it's only to mid-on. Still blue skies, high white fluffy clouds. As Dave Bradley retires to tell the good people of Hereford, Worcester, and all those beautiful little villages around that area, the Vale of Evesham. And Nick will be back very shortly. As Gibbon, over the wicket, left arm, bowls, short, cut away, and it will be 1 run down to the man who is Jack Leach, and he's come back for a second, and very well judged. He stole a run there, and Leach puts his hand up to apologise because I think he anticipated, oh well, it's just a single, and then promptly falls on his tummy. Big man.
I think that's Barnard backing up. Who?
Yeah, was it? Yeah, I can't see round
the corner. Yeah, it's a sprawling stop by Leach.
162 for 5, and Root is the single of 20 balls, but it's Gill facing as in comes Gibbon. Bowls, cuts away the man on the extra covered boundary, commonly known as the sweeper. Fields.
Yeah, cautious start from Root, but Glamorgan needs someone to stay with Gill at the moment, as they look maybe to get a batting point in the bag by the time if the rain arrives. So who knows? It just feels a bit threatening. The wind's got up a little bit. Hopefully it'll blow over quickly if it does arrive.
Here's Gibbon from that river end past the umpire, and he aborts at the moment. Whether it was Root not quite ready and whether he lost his run up, we will never know. So this is the third morning at the moment. Cricket going along nicely here at Sapphire Gardens, as in comes Gibbon, bowls. Nice looking shot by Root down towards mid-on. He gets off that single and gets another run, so he moves on to 2. That's the last ball of the over. 164 for 8.
5.
5. I've said 7 and 8 this morning for some reason. I was looking at Gill's score, which is 58, as concentration
I know
lapses.
you've had some gloomy years with Glamorgan in your time, Edward, but hopefully this is one of the less gloomy ones, as they push potentially for promotion. Worcestershire looking to keep their foothold in the race, just about.
Just talking about this is the great beauty about cricket, championship cricket, because we were talking, will Glamorgan get up and declare behind? Will they get full batting points? Will they? And all of a sudden they're going to be very careful. They'll be following on because they need 305.
Yeah, a long way to go. Batting to come. Cook, Harris, Patel and Hogan. Mainly Cook and Harris then. Pennington in to bowl to Root, who defends to cover, and there's no run. Elsewhere in Division 2. Topside Nottinghamshire set Leicestershire 499 to win. They're 82 for 2, just lost a second wicket there, so that game is only going one way, you would have thought.
Well,
Leicestershire without Vian Mulder called up to South Africa. 164 for 5 here. Glamorgan still 290 runs adrift. Pennington bowls, and Root digs it out, plays it on the leg side, no run. At Derby, Derbyshire 39 for no wicket in their second innings. That's a lead of 122 over Durham. These games in their third morning. They're back underway at Southampton in Division 1 after weather delays.
They've had some delays in Southampton, and that's on the south coast, which was the first to have the rain, so the forecast people said then it would come across.
Pennington bowls, and Root gets a thick edge down to third man for a single, trying to force it away. Didn't get where he wanted, but managed to divert it wide of the slips.
I'm going to leave you.
Is that something I said? Dave Bradley will be back with us. Edward Bevan will be out to reconnoitre the lunch provision.
It's not reconnoitre. Steal.
165 for 5. Well, there's been plenty available last couple of days. Pennington to bowl to Shubman Gill on 58 not out, where he remains as he leaves that one go through outside off stump. Good morning for the pairs, Dave.
It has been a decent morning for them. Yeah, they got rid of the night watchman. Well, he did hang around for half an hour, did his job, but then the 2-in-2 balls by Pennington's put a totally different perception on the morning and another game indeed. And one more before lunch. I think they've had a very good morning.
Indeed, 3 wickets already in the session. It's 111 for 2 overnight as Pennington bowled a short delivery that Gill hits firmly down towards square leg, who does well to block it on the bounce. 166 for 5. Gill to 59. Root has 3. And the fielders swapping round fairly leisurely manner, considering there's -2 against the over 8.
I think we might see a bit of spin before lunch.
Pennington bowling fast medium. It's into bowl to Root, and Root defends on the offside, no run.
The danger, of course, if you are -2 on a day of showers and rain, in inverted commas forecast, is that if it does pour down with rain, you don't get any more play, you're still -2.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember the famous Middlesex, when the arrows came over, match abandoned, they couldn't get back on to bowl the overs that they needed to bowl, and they got relegated because their over rate was -2 or 3, I think.
Yes, it pays not to have those, well, the red number on the scoreboard as it is here for too long.
It's going to be Ben Gibbon to bowl from the river end. Tops of the trees just blowing around, but it's a pleasant enough day temperature-wise. Gibbon bowls down the leg side, Cox dives, gets a hand on it, but they will go through for a single. What's that going to be, Mr. Taylor? Sir, he's just waiting for the ball to be dead, and he says it's a bye, which I think we all kind of surmised it was going to be anyway.
Division 1, Hampshire chasing Surrey. They're declared at 400 for 9. Northants in reply 95 for 3, but they've lost quite a lot of time in that match. 2 wickets to Keith Barker.
Gibbon in, bowls, but rather hurries Root a little bit. A ball that seemed to just die on him a little bit. Didn't bounce that much as Root wanted anyway, so he had to tuck himself in and push itself away.
Essex firmly in control in Canterbury, where Cantor 142 for 8 in reply to Essex's 573. 3 wickets apiece for Sam Cook and the youngster Ben Allison.
That's interesting, the bottom of the First Division table at the moment. As Gibbon bowls, Root lets it go by outside the off stump. I think Gloucester are doomed, aren't they, unless something strange happens, but then there's quite a few in the mix.
Gloucestershire 37 points adrift before this round, and Somerset above them have a game in hand. Yeah, it's there's only 17 points covering 6th to 9th: Yorkshire, Kent, Warwickshire and Somerset.
Yeah. Gibbon in, bowls, Root flashes at this one, gets an inside edge, it's gone for 4. A little bit of good fortune there for Billy Root. It was a bit of a flat-footed whack at it outside the off stump. We're getting a nice quick replay, bottom edge. Could have gone anywhere, but it went for 4. So that takes Root to 7. And Glamorgan 171 for 5.
His first boundary after an ultra-cautious start.
But they all look the same in the book. Gibbon in, bowls, Root forward, pushes away on the offside. Good diving stop. Getting way down to his left there. It's Gareth Roderick, I think, in there, who's done really well. It is indeed Roderick. He's diving on the used wickets as well. They're nearly all used at this stage of the season, so diving in the dirt, as they say.
In the Roses match, Lancashire made 276 all out. Yorkshire in reply are 199 for 7. 3 wickets for Will Williams. Top scorer there, Tom Kohler-Cadmore, formerly of Worcestershire, who made 51.
Next ball from Gibbon, outside the off stump. Edward tells me, ground staff are hovering, which is never a good thing. But
are we going to get to lunch in one piece?
Well, they're a bit. It's 20 minutes till lunch, so. Was
Edward telling you the ground staff were hovering? Or
no, he was telling me that the drop in Glamorgan's run rate since yesterday evening, which is quite remarkable, because they were going at 6 and over, weren't they? Yesterday evening, Eddie Byrom was out there, and then.
Yeah, it was 59 off 9 at tea, I believe.
Yeah, so it's about 2.5 and over now, I think.
As in the West Country derby, the aforementioned Gloucestershire look as though they could take the honours against local rivals Somerset.
Oh, that'll drag the Somerset boys into it then.
Gloucestershire 35 for 1 in their second innings, but that's a lead of 130. Marcus Harris has gone for 21. Ed Barnard to bowl to Gill. Pitched up, driven, and Gill confident of the single, although Roots needed to hang on to make sure it wasn't fielded in his follow-through. There's a token shy at the wickets, but nothing too serious. 172 for 5 Glamorgan, having resumed overnight at 111 for 2, so that's just 61 runs scored this morning in 23 overs.
Yeah.
As you say, 2.5 scored this morning as Root is forward defending. The next ball from Barnard back down the pitch. It is getting somewhat darker.
Yeah. There was supposedly a 1 o'clock shower, but I say supposedly because we should have had showers yesterday at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock.
And we didn't.
Oh, we didn't. No. The one that we did get completely caught the ground staff off guard, which is unusual.
Rain may fall in the lunch interval here for fortunate as Root defends. There's no run.
I do remember, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago, maybe more. I came down for the game, stayed out at Cross Keys.
Oh, yeah.
And came in on the train every morning. It was very nice, but the last 2 days were just completely washed out. There was no play whatsoever and no prospect of play. I think he was called off on lunchtime on the last day.
Barnard bowls and Root works it on the leg side. No run.
Lots of chirping from the Worcestershire fielders, as you would expect. They're a noisy bunch these days, county cricketers.
Well, they have to be. There's a lady with a brolly up featuring on the monitor screen. Barnard in to bowl to Root, who defends. There are a gaggle of ground staff, 4 or 5 of them.
I think it's almost coming from above us, isn't it, Nick? It's just...
What, the rain? Usually comes from above.
It does, yeah, I found that. When it comes from below, we'll let you know. Judging by those flags, it's kind of drifting from over top of our position rather than straight across the ground as it was yesterday.
Barnard to Root, who cuts straight to backward point, no run. I did play in one match which was abandoned because of the water coming from below.
Coming up the drains.
It was a ground in Surrey in Woking next to a river which ran 2 sides of the ground basically, and although it hadn't rained at all that day, it had rained pretty extensively over the previous few days, and someone opened a sluice gate further up the river.
Oh, well done.
And the water just appeared in the outfield, although it hadn't actually come over the banks, it just welled up from underneath.
Ben Gibbon was going to start an over, but I think they're off. In fact, Gibbon was almost in his delivery stride when
umpire nearly sawed him in half there.
Billy Taylor, a former fast bowler himself, it has to be said, stopped him in his delivery stride. So we are off for some rain coming across the ground. All the youngsters are putting their coats on away to our left, a few umbrellas up. And that will no doubt be an early lunch.
You would have thought so, although we are 25 minutes early, so who knows whether the luncheon has been cooked as yet.
We're 15 minutes early, aren't we?
No, it's meant 12:40 it was meant to be today.
Oh, of course, we've got 104 overs. Yes, spot on, Nick. Glad somebody knows what they do.
I'm not sure about that.
But if it's within half an hour of the luncheon interval, I think they can bring it forward. They're just radioing up to the scorer as the announcers to say,
turn the heat up of the oven, get that food cooked quickly.
Yeah. So we'll just wait to see if we get an announcement to say lunch is being taken.
We usually get an announcement whether there's any news or not. 172 for 5 here, with Worcestershire having claimed 3 wickets this morning. Those of Tim van der Hoogten, Court Cox, bowled Leach for 18. Sam North East bowled by Pennington for 10, and next ball Kieran Carlson caught by Ed Pollock at slip off Pennington without scoring. That was 146 for 5. Glamorgan have proceeded cautiously since then, but Shubman Gill has reached a maiden half-century on county debut. He's on 60, Billy Root is on 7. Glamorgan 172 for 5 in reply to Worcestershire's 454 for 9 declared. The rain is pelting down. Whether or not it is luncheon, we are not going to have any cricket to talk about for the next 15-20 minutes at the very least. I presume it's likely to be lunch, as the ground staff are extending the pipes out from the main hover cover and maybe loosening the straps for the sheeting as well. For the cover, so I think it's going to be a delay, some of which may coincide with lunch.
I'm told the umpires are having a think.
It'll never catch on.
But the obvious thing to do and to say was that we are going to lunch, but we're going to have a break anyway, aren't we?
We're going to have a break, so
we'll either be back in 10 or 15 minutes. There's no point in coming back out in 10 minutes to play 10 minutes before lunch, is there?
No.
Logic tells you that, but let's be honest, folks, this is cricket. Cricket and logic don't often go together, do they?
Upon which note, Glamorgan 172 for 5 after 50 overs against Worcestershire. Bonus points 4-2 to the pairs at the moment. Dave Bradley, myself, Nick Webb and Edward Bevan will be back in some combination as and when some cricket reoccurs.
The news, everyone, from the middle is that an early lunch will be taken at 12:30, and providing the rain has cleared away, play will restart at 1:10 We have lost, though, 4 overs in the day's quota, so we have 76 overs remaining. And don't forget that tea will be at 3:30, and the close of play is 6 o'clock, or whenever the 76 overs have been completed. I've got some latest scores from elsewhere where play has and hasn't been possible this morning. Slight delays at the Ageas Bowl, but they are currently playing at the ground at Hampshire, with Northamptonshire 106 for 4, still trailing Hampshire by 294 runs. At Taunton, Gloucestershire are in their second innings. They're 41 for 1, so they're leading Somerset by 136 runs. At Derby are in their second innings as well. They're 53 for 1, so they're leading Durham by 136 runs. At Trent Bridge, you may remember Nottinghamshire declared on 390 for 7 in their second innings, and Leicestershire are currently 91 for 3 in their second innings, so they're still trailing by 408 runs. In the Roses match at Old Trafford, Yorkshire are 208 for 8, trailing Lancashire by 68 runs. And at Canterbury, Kent are 145 for 9, so they're trailing Essex by 428 runs. Rain has stopped playing, and like here, they are taking an early lunch. Talking of lunch, if you're seeking refreshments, food and drink can be purchased via electronic means from the kiosk and mobile units situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion stand. And don't forget, members of Glamorgan and Worcestershire can obtain tea and coffee in the Lewis Lounge between 3 and 4 this afternoon, and again tomorrow morning between 9:30 and 10:30. If you're seeking a scorecard or you're looking to obtain a copy of Michael Hogan's testimonial brochure or the 2022 Glamorgan yearbook, they're all available for purchase via electronic means from reception, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion, or alternatively, you can visit the Glamorgan Club shop, which is run by Missouri Sports, and obtain those items. The shop is situated opposite Gate 2 and will be open until just a turn of 5 o'clock this afternoon. And, as always, it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items with a Glamorgan theme. Drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school, which is situated on the ground floor of the National Cricket Centre. And finally, once again, a warm welcome to everyone to Sophia Gardens today. Cricket across England and Wales must be a game where every individual is treated fairly, with respect, and can enjoy a safe, positive atmosphere, whether they're watching, playing, volunteering, or working in the game. We all, as the cricket family, have a role to play in this, so if you see or experience inappropriate behaviour or discrimination, please know that you can call it out and report it safely and in confidence to your nearest steward. Cricket is a game for everyone, and thank you for joining us in raising the game.
Yes.
Yep. Thanks. Glamorgan struggling at 172 for 5 in reply to Worcestershire's 454. They need a further 133 to avoid the follow-on and salvage a probable draw. Much depends on young India opener Shubman Gill, who's 60 not out on debut. Glamorgan lost night watchman Tim van der Hoogten for 18, Sam Northeast for 10 and Kieran Carlson first ball. 2 in 2 balls for the speedy Dylan Pennington. A lot of work to do for Glamorgan if the rain stays away. Play is due to resume at 10 past. Glamorgan still 282 behind on 172 for 5.
As the precipitation is cleared, we'll be resuming play at 10 past 12. We have lost 4 overs, which is why the digital scoreboards are showing 76 overs remaining. A reminder that tea will be taken at 3:30. It's very nice once again to see the boys and girls from Rampner Primary School who are performing this afternoon as Guard of Honour. We hope that you've enjoyed your day here at the home of Glamorgan County Cricket Club, and we look forward to seeing you all again here in the not too distant future at Savannah.
Good afternoon, welcome back to Sophia Gardens for this second session of the third day between Glamorgan and Worcestershire, where the visitors are in the ascendancy. Glamorgan 172 for 5 in their first innings, that is still 282 runs behind Worcestershire. We've got Shubman Gill on 60 not out, Billy Root on 7 not out, and Worcestershire claiming 3 wickets in the first session of the day, with night watchman Tim van der Hoogten falling to Joe Leach for 18, caught behind, and then Dylan Pennington in a hostile burst, bowling Sam Northeast for 10 and having Kieran Carlson caught at slip next ball. We had lunch taken early, well, sort of. Lunch taken when it wasn't meant to be, but when it would originally have been had there not been showers. Oh, don't ask.
That's right. Lunch was it? Well, just leave it as it was, mate.
Well, Worcestershire have arrived back on the field.
They have.
And Glamorgan's batters are only just emerging from the pavilion away to our left.
Somebody up on the balcony with pads on. I presume that's next man in.
Probably Chris Cook.
But we've got one batsman. It's confusing those kids down there who are forming a line, waving their flags.
It is. This
has caught them out a bit. They must have been. Perhaps they had an extra leg of chicken. Lunch, by the way, today was excellent. Chicken curry on a stick.
There we are. The children welcome Billy
Root.
Root.
It's raining.
Billy Root wanders out to the middle. Shubman Gill wanders down the steps of the pavilion. Oh dear, you couldn't make it up. Actually, by the scoreboard clock, we're a touch early, or Worcestershire were obviously very keen to get a couple of overs in, because it still says 13:09, and there are no balls being bowled in the afternoon session so far before the first rain break.
I think in the end we had 50 minutes for lunch, didn't we? Because we went off at 20 past. They said it was half past, and it's now 10 past, so I make that was 50 minutes. So the cover's coming on. There is no great rush to get off the field. And, well...
Maybe just a passing shower.
Well, when they came out, one of the ground staff was still there, and he was pointing up to the sky as if to say, it's going to rain in a minute, but... is it raining?
Well, the children are filing off, having provided the guard of honour for Billy Root and eventually Shubman Gill, who, to be fair, it's only 13:10 now, according to the digital scoreboard, and actually no one is going off the field.
No, the umpires are staying there. The players are all stayed there.
The hover cover is in place.
There's days when cricket shoots itself in the foot, or occasions, and this is one of those occasions. So they are gradually drifting off. Some of them just sat in the chairs on the edge of the field.
Umpire Taylor pointed vaguely into the distance. Do need a good clean Edwards right about that, but looking at the trees, peering through the corner of the window, and now it is raining heavily.
Billy Taylor, the umpire, has just took his hat off. He's bald-headed, so I don't know whether he took his hat off to see if it was actually raining, because his hat was protecting him. Oh no, he's jogging off now.
Oh,
yeah. Umpire Baldwin is it's proper rain now. Proper rain.
It's a heavy shower. Let's tell you what's happening elsewhere in Division 2. Derbyshire 62 for 2 at lunch, leading Durham by 145 runs. So Derbyshire in 4th place before this round of matches, and Nottinghamshire on their way to victory over Leicestershire. The Foxes, not so much running foxes as bedraggled, limping foxes.
Town foxes with a bit of scurvy.
Yeah, it's not been the greatest of hashtags for them this season. 97 for 4 in their second innings, needing a mere 402 further runs for victory, and Stephen Mullaney has 3 for Nottinghamshire. This is now a heavy shower, which will cause overs to be lost. As things stand on the board, we've got 76 remaining today, but if this volume of rain continues for any length of time, we're going to need the tractor driving and the ropes dragging around the outfield. And when I was here the other night, there were puddles of water formed around the boundary rope within about 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, they're pulling the covers on the side of the big hover cover out as well. You've got to be a hardy soul to be a groundsman.
It's resuming after lunch at Taunton. Gloucestershire 49 for 1, 144 ahead of Somerset. Well, they may finish bottom, Gloucestershire, but if they beat Somerset, they'll be happy.
They'll be happy, yeah.
The Roses match pretty closely fought. Yorkshire 233 for 9, 43 runs behind Lancashire. 4 wickets for Tom Bailey at Old Trafford. At Canterbury, Kent 156 for 9, still 417 behind Essex on first innings. I think a follow-on might be on the cards there. And at Southampton, Hampshire made 400 for 9 declared. Northants in reply 124 for 5, with 2 wickets for Keith Barker and Kyle Abbott, and a catch for Aneurin Donald, which may well be his first catch in a first-class match where he's started as wicketkeeper. Possibly. Unreliable sources claim. 172 for 5 here. It is hammering down.
We're off for a while.
Ta-ra.
suspected he didn't have the virus. Because I was worried about him. But I was worried. When we couldn't get in, I said, I don't get in the virus. I had the virus, you have I had it the last week or and I was releasing it. Too far, I was really ill. First 4 days, I was scared. I was really scared. I lost half. They couldn't eat. Oh, I was sweating. I was so I could only nothing. I left the desk after 4 days. No. But I've been intended to be like backtrack. They were like close contact. So everyone I think I tend to get in touch with and say, how are you feeling? And if you have the test, couldn't get over there. I was going to be like this here this morning. Everybody else, I couldn't help us. I know, I was trying to let the Bible. It's really miserable.
I have news from the middle, and it is that if the rain has ceased, there will be a further inspection at 2:45. To resume the Glamorgan first innings, Shubman Gill and Billy Root. And to resume the bowling for Worcestershire at the River End, Ben Gibbon.
Very good afternoon. To resume commentary on the BBC, Mr. Nicholas Webb and Mr. David Bradley shortly, and Edward Bevan in a while after that. News here is that we have 36 overs, theoretically, remaining to be bowled, should the light hold out here at Sapphire Gardens. Glamorgan are resuming on a rather precarious 172 for 5 in reply to Worcestershire's 4-5-4 for 9 declared. And the targets for both sides will be to get some bonus points in the bag, and for Glamorgan to reach 305 and avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on. If they do that, then the match is very likely to end in a draw. But Worcestershire will have other ideas, as Gibbon will bowl to Gill. First ball since lunch, as he's driven that back to the bowler and there's no run. As you'll be able to tell from the sound effects microphone, a delay of 3 3/4 hours in proceedings, including the lunch and tea breaks, has meant that Sapphire Gardens is virtually empty, as you might expect. Gill left arm round to receive from Gibbon, and Gill smashes that one through the covers for 4 runs. Glamorgan up and running again at 176 for 5 here on BBC Sport Online. Gibbon took the 2 wickets to fall last night. Pennington 2 and Leach 1 this morning. Next delivery from Gibbon to Gill is also driven into the offside but fielded at cover, and there's no run. I was about to say also driven through the offside for 4 because it was very firmly struck, but fortunately for Worcestershire, straight at Taylor Cornell at cover. Just the one slip. Not much life left in the ball. 51st over of the innings. Gibbon bowls and Gill steers this one through the offside. May pick up a couple of runs here. Indeed, they are back for a second as Cornell slid about 5 metres in from the cover boundary. Gill moves on to 66 not out. If Worcestershire can get rid of him, they will have high hopes of possibly being able to enforce the follow on, which I think they would do given the rain delays in this game. Gibbon bowls to Gill, who chips that one down into the point area, and there's no run. It's an update for BBC Radio Wales listeners to follow fairly shortly. Billy Root, 7 not out, watching on at the non-striker's end, having faced 35 deliveries, and the one boundary that he has got was something a bottom edge past his stumps. As Gill drives again very firmly into the offside, and it's again blocked by Cornell at cover, who's been a busy boy in the course of that over. It's 178 for 5, 6 runs in the first over after the break.
To resume the bowling for Worcestershire at the Cathedral Road end, Dylan Pennington.
Pennington, who worked up quite a head of steam this morning, removing Sam Northeast with the best ball of the day, bowled for 10, and Kieran Carlson caught it slip from the next delivery. 305 needed to avoid the follow-on. 2 slips behind Billy Root. In comes Pennington. Balls to Root, who chops it down into the gully, and there's no run. Sunlight around Sophia Gardens. Glamorgan 178 for 5 in their first innings, with their debutant India opener Shubman Gill on 66 not out, and much depending on him as they look to get to 305 to avoid the possibility of following on, and thus in all likelihood draw this match. Worcestershire made 454 for 9 declared. Glamorgan losing 3 wickets in the morning session. The afternoon was ripped out by a series of heavy showers. We're just underway in the evening sunshine. 34 overs to go after this one. Glamorgan 179 for 5. Single taken by Root during the course of that update. Pennington into bowl to Gill. 2 slips for him as well, and Gill turns one off his hips and takes a single down to a backward square leg just south of umpire Billy Taylor. Dave Bradley of BBC Hereford and Worcester alongside myself, Nick Webb.
I am. What a glorious scene this is. Beautiful autumn evening.
The weather has been eccentric in the extreme.
It does.
Pennington into bowl to Root on 8 not out, and cutting that one through the offside for his first genuine boundary. His other 4 was a streaky affair off the edge. That was dispatched to the short offside boundary towards the grandstand, and once it had beaten the infield, it ran away pretty quickly despite the rain that we've had.
Yes, as good a shot as Billy Root has played in this innings. A bit scratchy at the start, but Worcestershire will know where his strengths are. That particularly is one of them. Pennington giving him a little bit of a long hop to dispatch.
184 for 5. Pennington to Root, who gets a decent ball on off stump, which he defends.
Well, despite the rain that we had, piles of sawdust have not been used. There is no spread of sawdust on the front where the front foot is landing, which tells you that this ground has dried pretty quickly. He's not picking up anything on his boots from the outfield, it would seem, Dylan Pennington, which is often a problem.
And he comes dead straight run, approached the wickets and bowls, and Root got really squared up there and managed to chop down on it to defend at the last minute. Rehearses the shot. 184 for 5, with Gill 67 and Root on 12. 305 is the magic number as far as Glamorgan are concerned, and achieving likely safety in this game, though of course there'll be a battle between both sides to accumulate more bonus points. Worcestershire with a pretty good chance of picking up 3 bowling points to go with their 3 batting points.
Yeah, 44 overs lost in the day so far, so that's a lot of cricket, half a day's cricket almost. Here comes Gibbon, bowls on the back foot. Gill just plays the ball back down the pitch. A duo of crows, big black crows, make their way across the ground with the wind behind them, so they go at a fair old rate. They go in the other way, they might be struggling because of a real breeze. Well, more than a breeze, it is a wind that's got up this evening, but away to our right from whence the weather comes, it's looking pretty good at the moment. Gibbon, left arm round, bowls. Gill whips that one away off his leg stump. Pick up a single down to backward square leg, where Gareth Roderick is the fielder.
It was due to be a 104 over day, which seemed optimistic to say the least. Now, a maximum of 60 provided that the weather and the light both hold.
Well, we played till 6:30 last night, and the light, well, certainly at the moment, it's a long time till 6:30. The light at the moment is excellent. Gibbon, he's going to bowl over the wicket to the left-handed Root, who's got 12 to his name, and he will remain with 12 to his name as he reaches forward. Gibbon again does his own fielding. Some of the regulars have stayed. Little knot of spectators at the far end sat in the sunshine. I think one or two had drifted away. The Worcestershire contingent was sat down in front of us. Oh yeah, they're still here, most of them. So
Haven't gone shopping then?
No. Well done. I think I'd sooner stand out in the rain for 2 hours and go shopping. Here's Gibbon's next ball. Forward comes Root, pushes away on the offside. Roderick again is the fielder, this time in the covers.
And the other Division 2 matches, Derbyshire started the round in 4th place, 153 for 5 against Durham. That's a lead of 236 runs, despite having lost 3 wickets in fairly quick succession before a rain break.
Gibbon, River End, this time Root covers up, plays out on the offside. At
Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire are 1 wicket away from victory. Leicestershire are 248 runs away from victory. They're 251 for 9, and that despite a debut half-century for their number 11, Mike Finnan, who's 53 not out off 40 balls.
Is that right?
having a thrash to there's Notts looked to get it wrapped up before tea, but couldn't quite do so.
Well, these Glamorgan batsmen have smashed the ball out of shape.
Oh, how
so
dreary.
They're going to have a new one.
How dreary. Let's give you some Division 1 scores while all that's proceeding. Second placed Hampshire forced Northants to follow on. Northants 175 all out, with 4 for Kyle Abbott, 3 for Keith Barker, 2 to James Fuller, and 3 catches behind the wickets for Nyren Donald, who's having a rare outing as a first-class wicket-keeper. Northants doing better in their second innings, 44 without naught. For naught, still 182 runs behind, though. And Essex have got Kent in all sorts of deep and sticky stuff. Kent 164 all out in their first innings and 60 for 5 in their second, still 349 runs behind. The very epitome of a one-sided match. And Sam Cook has got all 5, the young Essex seam bowler.
I was just wondering how long Keith Barker had been playing cricket. He'll be 36 in October, so getting on a bit. One of the last survivors of the footballing cricketer. Played for Blackburn Rovers and played for Rochdale or Bury. Not a vast amount of games, but there ain't many of them left now.
No, Worcestershire had a couple back in the day, didn't they?
Oh, they did. Yeah. I always remember that at one time we got a different ball for Ben Gibbon to bowl with, and he bowls to Billy Root, who's forward defensively. Gibbon does his own fielding. End of the over, 185 for 5. Tony Cotty, the cricketer Tony Cotty, was listed as, I think he played 2 games for Swansea as a substitute or something.
Yeah.
So he was one of the last.
Maybe 3. Yeah.
Maybe, yeah. But he was one of the last cricketing footballers. So I don't think so. I was reading somebody was playing in goal for a non-league team, a decent cricketer. I can't remember who it was.
Wasn't Mitchell, was it?
Somebody was playing in goal for something like Dulwich Hamlet. The memory plays tricks.
Pennington is into bowl to Gill, who works one through the offside. Oh, it's going down to third man. I was struggling to follow the trajectory of the ball there, but
it's just bright sunlight, though. It's dazzling. Lots
of encouragement from the Worcestershire fielders for their bowler, Dylan Pennington, who had some wheels in that morning session. As Pennington is in to bowl to Root, who turns one off his legs. They should pick up a couple of runs because that's a long chase round for the man at fine leg, Roderick, and they're safely back for 2. 188 for 5.
Any sport on in Cardiff tonight, Nick? Do you know? Well, we had this conversation the other day. We can watch it.
I'll look at the Cardiff Devils for you.
Yeah.
Can't think of anything else that might be on a Wednesday night of a top class nature.
Don't mind a bit of ice hockey. I've been to ice hockey for years.
Pennington to Root on 14 not outs, and he gropes rather at that one. The man switching to football was indeed the former Worcestershire captain, Daryl Mitchell.
Oh yeah, he plays a bit.
He was playing in the Hellenic League Division 1 with Morton Rangers.
That's right. Yeah. Decent. He was with the Villa as a boy, Daryl, but decided that his cricketing talents outweighed his footballing talents. Writes a bit about it in his book that's out at the moment.
Pennington to Root, who angles the bat on that one and deflects it down to third man for a single. 189 for 5. Root 15 not out.
Reading the other day about a football team from the I'm going to get this wrong, the Karakoa Islands, apparently, which is somewhere in the Pacific, but nobody lives there. The population, well, there are, I think it's a US base now, but there's no Karakoans living there, but they've got a football team.
Pennington bowls, and Gill was hurried a little by that one. And hit to Barnard at Gully, no run.
Yeah, I think they're sort of first and second generations, but they were all cleared out after mid-60s.
Oh gosh!
They had to leave the island because it was going to become an Air Force base. But they still got a football team.
Good for them.
Yeah.
Have to stop when the jets are landing.
I don't think they play many at home. I think they play in Bromley.
Pennington bowls and Gill defends again on the offside. Well, they're still cracking on in Newport.
They've been well there today.
Less affected by the rain because Sussex in their second innings are 190 for 7, which is a lead of only 36 over Glamorgan. Finn Hudson-Prentice is still down 61 not out, but Andrew Salter now has 3 wickets, and Dan Douthwaite's just picked up one as well. So Glamorgan seconds could be poised to impose defeat on quite a powerful Sussex side.
Gibbon from the River End in bowls to Root forward defensively. Bowler does his own fielding. There's a couple of decent sides there. Those names that you just mentioned have played plenty of first team cricket. The match, Worcestershire's second match at Kidderminster, no play today, I'm told. A very soggy outfield.
Yeah, obviously they haven't had as much rain in Newport as we've had here.
Here comes Gibbon, and for this one, Root is it's a big appeal for LBW, and he's gone. The finger comes up. Gibbon gets his man, played across the line there. Root trying to flick it away through the leg side, and umpire Brita, as he does, takes a while, thinks about it, and then his left arm comes up slowly. So Root goes, and Gibbon gets his third wicket of the innings, and I would say that's quite a big blow for Glamorgan. Root, who scored a lot of runs this season, and quite a few of them against Worcestershire.
Yeah, a little partnership of 43 was useful for Glamorgan, but not really what they would have wanted. And Root seemed to play that shot on the walk. There was a lot of movement going on, and it was very difficult, even with the replay. I don't know if we can get a slow-mo to try and work out where exactly it hit. But there was a lot of movement going on. It was very difficult to work out where it struck root there.
There we go.
Still difficult.
Yeah.
With the replay that we were given. Never mind.
Umpire Taylor knew where it was going.
Thank you, boys.
Or knew where he thought it was going.
189 for 6. A 5th bonus point of the game.
He'd fallen over a long way, hadn't he?
He had. Just the suggestion it might have been continuing down leg, or going down leg.
Here
left
we go.
armour to left hand.
Can't really see the ball, it strikes his pad.
No.
It looks as if he played across it, and Gibbon maybe getting a little bit of a waste.
Chris Cook is in. As on the video stream, we get a very slow motion version thereof. But well, it's out.
Yeah. However many times we look at it, it's out.
There we are. You can make up your own minds at home if you're watching on the video stream or wherever you're watching, in the office. Hopefully not in the car, at least if you're driving.
Yeah. Well, actually, if you're listening to us in a car, there is a little gizmo you can buy. It I think costs $9.99 that you plug into your car radio thingy, and you can pick us up doing the cricket. What it's called, I don't know. It's far too technical for me. I think my grandson actually got it to work for me, but you can listen to cricket from all over via your phone and the gizmo.
Good. Chris Cook to the wicket. Cook this season, 575 runs at 52. One century, which was a very big century, 191 not out at Leicester. 350s.
Takes his guard from umpire Taylor, scratches it with his right boot, takes guard, looks up as here comes Gibbon, bowls. A late leave by Cooks and losing arms from the Worcestershire fielders, but I think that was pretty much continuing on its way.
Yeah, looking back at the records, he was averaging 35 going into the Leicester game, now averaging 52.
That's not bad, is it?
191 not out, but playing the support role to Sam North East.
To boost your average.
He got a few catches as well, so it was a good final day for Chris Cook.
Gibbon the bowler. River end. This one, Cook lets go outside the off stump. Goes very low to Ben Cox. May have taken that second bounce. Gibbon has got 3 for 52 so far. Got a couple of balls left of his 16th over. So, decent effort from the left arm seamer. Still not a great deal in the pitch, it would seem. But he and Pennington this morning bowled very quick. There was a spell of about 3 overs when he was fearsome. Here's Gibbon again, and this time just drops his wrists on it. Cook a short ball again. Ends up with wicketkeeper Cox. 2 slips, cover point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, fine leg, and I assume there's a third man. He's just out of my view, but I guess there'll be one down there.
Yes, correct.
Oh, we're looking cloud-wise. Oh! There's a couple of Simpson clouds, and apart from that...
Lush.
Yeah. Here's Gibbon. Last ball of his over. Once again, he bowled 4 balls in that over to the new batsman. Didn't make him play, which is a little bit of a waste. I like to criticise the young man as he's bowled well and got the 3 wickets, but needs to get the batsman to play. We're time-wise. Oh, we're all right.
Indeed, out of the Glamorgan batters so far, we've only had Byrom and Gill who have passed 20, which is not the greatest of showings really from Glamorgan. Well, though Worcestershire have bowled by and large, but without much assistance from the pitch. Pennington to Gill, who works him into the leg side for an easy single as the square leg fielder is back towards the ropes. Taylor Cornell, who will remain up in the non-existent circle for the new man Chris Cook. 190 for 6, 305 needed to avoid the follow-on. So Glamorgan will need a few from these next couple of wickets, because I'm not sure if H.S. Patel and Michael Hogan are going to inspire home supporters with any great batting confidence.
Well, they've called up Roderick from third man, but he's not quite sure where he's supposed to go. So what they're doing, putting another slip in, having a gully.
Okey cokey, in out. Shake it all about.
2 slips at a gully, the close grabbers now.
Pennington to Cook, who leaves a ball that gets up a bit and is taken by Cox around about neck high, moving to his right. So Pennington is bowling with some speed today. Been quite impressed by his efforts, as I suppose a bowling average of 24 coming into this match suggests for the season.
Yeah, he's as we saw this morning, if he gets into that rhythm, he's a bit quick.
And he comes bowls to Cook, who jabs down on it fairly late and drives to mid-off. And there's no run. Yeah, he did play against Glamorgan at New Road, but just took 1 wicket in each innings. Worcestershire attack from that occasion, minus Charlie Morris. As Pennington bowls and hurries Cook with another defensive jab. Ball just trickles down in front of him.
Yeah, won't play again this season, I don't think. Charlie Morris had a knee operation.
Right.
Excuse me. Good old clear out. It's like
Better out than in.
like a diesel engine on a cold morning.
190 for 6 then Glamorgan, still 10 runs away from even a first batting bonus point, and a lot of work to do to get to safety in this game. Pennington bowls, Cook leaves to a chorus of oohs and ahs from the Amdram Society behind the stumps.
The winner of the Oscar for
That nearly bowled him. Oh no, it didn't.
No, it didn't. They've got to do something to keep themselves chirped up, you see.
Oh, absolutely. Make-believe chances.
I don't think batsmen take any notice of it these days, do they? You know,
Hopefully a man of Cook's experience should be able to block out the extraneous noise. Pennington bowls to Cook, who defends to D'Oliveira at mid-off. There's no run. End of an over, off which just a single accrued from the first ball. And Glamorgan hugely reliant now on Shubman Gill, 70 not out in their total of 170 for 6. Gibbon 3 for 52, Pennington 2 for 58.
I guess it will be of some concern to Worcestershire that their over rate is -1 at the moment, so as far as I'm aware they would lose a point, but they could very quickly get that up with 3 or 4 overs of spin. But
yeah, as things stand, they want to keep the pressure on the batters to give themselves the chance of the follow-on.
yeah, Gibbon to continue. He's into his this will be his 17th over. Bowling from the river end to the waiting Gill. That's very short, and Gill for a millisecond thinks he'll have a bit of a flay at it, but in the end decides it's too short and not worth his effort.
They're bowling well to keep the pressure on these two at the moment.
Yes, there's not been many 4 balls, has there? Gill has been pretty restrained today, really. 119 balls for his 70. Flicks that one away. Wasn't too restrained then. Down towards square leg. Roderick, the fielder, shies at the non-striker's end. I think he spotted that Gill was rather strolling that one. Luckily, Jake Libby was backing up. He was aware of what was going on. Or there could have been some buzzers, as some people call them.
It's a lot more fun shouting buzzers than overthrows, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. It's next ball, and Cook it is who comes forward to this delivery from Ben Gibbon, pushes it down to mid-off, and no run. The shadows of the players are actually a bit shorter because the sun is almost directly above us or going away. It sets in the west, by the way, folks, if you've never noticed that. If it's going to set anywhere else, we'll let you know, but it will set in the west.
We might be in a bit of trouble if the sun's setting somewhere else.
We'll be in a lot of trouble. I think cricket will not be a problem. Next ball, Cook off the back foot plays down into the cover area, straight to Ed Barnard at cover point. Yes, if that happens, then I don't think we'll be too worrying about the Worcestershire over rate.
Really? Just because the planet is spinning off towards the edge of the solar system.
Yeah. Meanwhile,
there'll be a short delay.
Meanwhile, back at Sophia Gardens,
the umpires will inspect when we hit Neptune.
There's a great old what's his name, Rory Bremner used to do a Des Lynam impression as Gibbon bowls. Oh, that's away, it's in the air. D'Oliveira's after it, but it's gone over his head. Didn't get all of that, Chris Cook. D'Oliveira slides and gets the throw back in, but not the greatest shot of Chris Cook's season, I don't think.
No, it's a somewhat risky way to get off the mark. Getting a little bit frustrated, which you would hope he would try to avoid, being a player of considerable experience.
I'll do this one and then I'll trot off and do other things. 193 for 6. Gibbon again to Cook, and this time he tucks it away off his pads. They won't come back for 2 because Roderick had a long way to go round at square leg. End of the over, 195 for 6.
Dave Bradley departs to be replaced imminently by Edward Bevan as a cloud comes across Sophia Gardens, but plenty of blue sky around after the leaden skies of the afternoon, which kept us off from 12:15 to 4 o'clock. Probably slightly to Glamorgan's relief, although they want time to get batting bonus points. I think a chunk taken out of the game will be only to Glamorgan's advantage rather than Worcestershire's. Pennington from the Cathedral Road end in the empty Sophia Gardens after that 3 3/4 hour delay. And Pennington is into bowl to Gill, who turns it onto the leg side into a gap at square leg, because square leg is back on the rope, so the bowler himself fields about 20 metres from the bat. 196 for 6. Worcestershire keeping the pressure up, Edward.
Certainly are, and all credit to them, because their 4 bowlers really have bowled an exemplary length and line today. Okay, Joe Leach has gone for over 4 and over, and Glamorgan were rampant last night, but they've reined themselves in and made Glamorgan fight for every run and taken 6 wickets.
With a little assistance from the surface as Pennington bowls and Cook dabs it into the offside, no run.
Yes, Root looked as if he was going to stay there for a while, but then, as he's done so many times, walked across and tried to flick it over mid-wicket or through mid-wicket, and it was his undoing.
Fell over a little bit.
But Glamorgan grateful for their overseas batsman, Shubman Gill, making his debut. Played superbly.
He's watching as Chris Cook receives and drives, but can't beat the tumbling stop of the burly Joe Leach at mid-on.
Yeah, Chris Cook has been injured, and he's been not well, he did get a superb 100 up at Leicester in the last game, but was then injured for a while, so he could do with staying at the crease for some time. As you say, it's a bit risky shot to get off the mark.
Pennington to bowl to Cook, who gets a short ball which he ducks underneath. At Newport, Sussex, second 11, 208 for 8, 54 runs only ahead of Glamorgan, with a second wicket in the innings for Zain ul Hassan, formerly of Worcestershire.
Don't tell me they played at Newport, which is about a dozen miles up the road.
Yeah,
all day.
I haven't been watching it all day, but certainly
most of the day.
Most of the day, if not all. As Pennington bowls and Cook runs it down towards third man. We'll pick up a couple of runs at least. Barnard is off in pursuit, and they settle for 2. 198 for 6. Well, in the 63rd over of the Sussex second innings, and Glamorgan, I think, batted for nearly an hour this morning. So, yeah, they've not been off much, if at all, there. 3 wickets for Salter, 2 for Ul Hassan. As Pennington bowls, Cook drives. Leach fields. That concludes the Pennington over. 18 overs, 2 for 62. 61. We've got 28 overs available to us today, should the light hold. And nary a sign of spin so far, should D'Oliveira choose to utilise himself to up the over rate, or maybe the occasional off spin of Jake Libby.
Yes, it would be a change, and I suspect the Indian international batsmen would like to see some spin, because they are superb players of spin. They're superb players of most bowling, but they do play spin because they get dusty turning pitches out in India. But having said that, the four-seamers are up to it and bowling extremely well. And here is one of them. Gibbon comes in and bowls, and this is a clipped up to mid-wicket by Gill for a single. He moves on now to 74, and the total to 199 for 6. It's been a struggle, and they were going pretty well this morning at 132 for 2, but have stumbled since, and they were put back by those 2 wickets in successive deliveries that got rid of Sam Northeast and Kieran Carlson, both to Pennington. So Pennington has taken 2, Gibbon has taken 2, 3 rather, and Leach the other. But it's Gibbon now in his 18th over, coming in out to bowl to the right-handed Cook, and bowls to him, and he plays it out into the covers, and there is no run. 17 overs and 2 balls. Gibbon, 3 maidens, 3 for 58. And Pennington, very, very impressive. 18 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 61. The other 2 bowlers. Leach has taken one, as I say, and Barnard has kept things tight but hasn't taken a wicket, as in comes Gibbon, bowls, and that just keeps a tad low. And often when they do get balls, they do exaggerate sometimes, batsmen, but Cook does go down and do just a little bit of gardening, and the bowlers, the pairs bowlers, will be hoping that it does just break up a little, because there is another day. Well, there is possibly another day, because there could well be more showers tomorrow. But Gibbon's going wide of the crease, and that's a nice looking shot. And it's feeling at mid-on. Nice straight drive by Cook. Single needed for another batting point. I think Glamorgan are desperate for batting points. They are, in fact, wanting points to just keep ahead of Middlesex. 199 for 6 then, and there are 22 overs left. And 2 balls of this over. Gibbon coming in from the river end. Gathers up momentum and speed, and that's Gill pushed away into the gully, and there again is no run. Not many shots on offer from these bowlers, especially now after the long break we had. Just to remind you that there remain 27 overs after this one ball. And we should certainly be working overtime. Well, perhaps that's wrong to say overtime, because we didn't have much to do this afternoon, sadly.
I managed to knock out an article for later in the week.
Good. Keep you busy. Gibbon bowls, and Cook gets one that does keep low, very low in fact, as we watch it again. It was dying on the wicket-keeper, wasn't it? Gibbon will be glad to see that. Cook probably won't.
Yeah, so just looking at an MCC article with the World Cricket Committee examining slow over rates, particularly in test matches.
Oh, yes.
Mike Gatting is chairing that at the moment, and apparently test matches, as we suspect really and probably knew, are much slower than county championship comparing them.
Well,
with players taking too much time between overs, as well as the DRS review system and ball changes and so on. Apparently 20 more minutes lost from every day of test matches compared to first class games, purely due to the change of overs. That's before you get to the extra drink breaks for the TV advertising. Speaking of ball changes,
this is it.
Here's another one.
Absolutely ridiculous this is.
So they're trying to tighten things up in terms of not allowing substitute fielders on with gloves, drinks, etc. so often, and when a not-out decision is reviewed by the fielding side, the fielding team should immediately return to their positions, ready to bowl the next delivery. No drinks should be brought onto the field. And they're also trying to change the DRS, the decision review system protocols, so that
that's right.
The TV umpire, if they see a decision for not out, they can say it straight away. A reason for not out, they can say that straight away and get on with things. And to trying to coincide drinks intervals with wickets, so rather more often. Umpires and match referees to be more proactive at speeding up play, which provide for a warning followed by the award of penalty runs for deliberate slow play.
Well, I am delighted to hear that. I did read it somewhere the other day, but the crux of the matter is that the customers who are England test matches pay anything up to £100 to watch a test match are cheated. And cheated with coming for a day's entertainment, and they go home and then a dozen overs to bowl and the sun is shining.
Well, when you're paying £100 a ticket, you want the best part of 100 overs, don't you?
Exactly, and I got no sympathy for them at all. An instance this year, it was a Saturday and Glamorgan weren't playing. I sat down just to watch the start of play, and after one over, the bowler then signalled for a drink down at fine leg. But I do blame the umpires, because they should just tell them. Now, do they fine them in the pocket, or penalty runs would be the best thing? And if you don't bowl your overs, okay, there's 20-25 runs off.
That would concentrate a few minds, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
There's the match fees and so on. Well, I'm sure the players do miss the money, but they're well remunerated in general.
Yeah.
Here we've got a delay continuing.
This doesn't help this year.
No, the
changing the balls.
Poor standard of the Duke's balls this season in county championship and indeed test cricket. One hopes that next year's batch will be better, but it takes a long time to get from the cow to the field, as it were. 199 for 6. Glamorgan 1 run short of a batting bonus point. Shubman Gill has a vital 73. Joe Leach will try to remove him and add to his 1 wicket so far. And Gill cuts and will get possibly 4. Did Gully get a hand on that? There's a chase towards the boundary. It's just hauled up inside. Oof! Only just hauled up inside the boundary, and they've gone back for 3 very comfortable runs. I think it was Barnard down there who got his feet in a bit of a tangle and had to
nearly went over, didn't he?
hop over the rope and make sure he had the ball just back inside. 3 to Gill. He moves on to 76. The token round of applause from the very small crowd after that long delay for the 200 coming up. Glamorgan have their 3rd point of the game compared to Worcestershire's 5, but still 103 runs needed for Glamorgan to get to the safety of avoiding the follow-on as Leach is in and Cook plays off the back foot into the covers, no run. Yes, that report, as you say, was issued a few days ago, but it's just been tweeted by the MCC, which led to my attention.
We'll get on with it and act, not talk about it. They've been talking about it for the last 2 years.
Well, when runs, as you say, are added or deducted, as the case may be, added generally, aren't they, to the non-offending side. Leach bowls and Cook defends.
Another thing, Nick, that irritates me greatly is with this change of bowling. Jack Leach, I watched him the other day, and he was called on to bowl. Right, he'll bowl a couple of balls to a fielder. The batsman is waiting the other end, and then he'll twist the ball and twist the ball, bowl another ball to the fielder, try and get it right, and then he's off. Well, there is no excuse for that.
No, as I say, it's umpires being encouraged to be more proactive. All power with their elbows. Joe Leach bowls, and Cook leaves a ball that does come back a bit, but rather too late to disturb the timbers. But Glamorgan struggling somewhat at the moment, and that was only about 3 inches away from the off stump.
You can either say well judged or bad luck to the bowler. But it's still very impressive bowling. Okay, they've had a rest for a couple of hours, the bowlers, and they would rather have been out there trying to get wickets. But they've stuck to their task, and Alan Richardson, the bowling coach, must be very, very happy with his bowler's performance.
Leach bowls, Cook defends on the leg side to the sun-hatted Haynes at shortish mid-wicket. There's no run.
Bradley reckons Haynes is wearing a sun hat to dodge the showers because it's wide-brimmed.
There is something in that.
Although the sun is shining brightly out of a blue sky.
You've had all sorts today. Feeling a bit autumnal when you look about the number of leaves around on the ground rather than on the trees.
It's quite warm though.
Yeah. Leach to Cook. And leaves the one that looked with the naked eye even closer than the previous one, as that shot over the top of the off bail.
That's the closest I've seen for a while.
Well, that was a poor decision by Cook, because if that hadn't bounced as much, it would have, as I say, trimmed the off bail. And you can't really afford to leave on length in the UK as you can possibly in Australia or somewhere.
The famous leaving ground of all is at Perth, where you leave on length.
Yeah, it cost Marnus Labuschagne once or twice.
Yeah,
when he originally arrived.
So we're going to have Gibbon carrying on. Starts his 17th over. He's taken a man out from the leg side. From the offside to the leg side, and extra covers come up now into the orthodox, not on the boundary. Gibbon bowls, and that has gone down to third man off a top edge for 4 runs. Short, outside the off stump. It wasn't anywhere near a chance, but it wasn't exactly where he wanted it to go. And third man this time is rather square, has not been fine. And the Indian batsman, Shubman Gill, is on 80. He's carried the Glamorgan innings, because the next highest scorer was Byron on 67, and no real contribution from the others. Your 10s and your 15s and your 16s, so Glamorgan will be mighty happy he arrived here in time. Gibbon again bowls, and Gill this time covers up and watches it onto the bat to play out into the offside.
I've just come across a different angle of the route dismissal, and I have to say I think Gibbon was very fortunate for that to be given. Very fortunate.
Was he?
The ball appeared to strike roundabout leg stump, strike the pad roundabout leg stump line, and would have been going down, I think.
Gibbon bowls, and this time it's on the half volley, which is taken at slip. So still getting movement is Gibbon, racing in, showing plenty of enthusiasm. I hadn't seen the playback, but I'll have a look at it tonight, probably when you look at the highlights.
Yeah, Dean Thomas and Graham Smith both making that point on Twitter.
Here he is again. Gibbon bowls to Gill. Gill drives, and whether he got a boot to that and deflected it to mid-on, because it was hit very hard. He's unflappable, isn't he?
He is. I'm not sure if Worcestershire might think that he's prone to wandering, because there's a couple of times they've had a little cheeky little throw at the stumps.
206 for 6, and it's Cook on 6 and Gill 80. It's Gill who waits for Gibbon from that river end, who comes in and bowls, and that's driven, and there's no run.
Yeah, James Harris is, we presume, next man in, only averaging 16 this season, although he does have considerable batting pedigree in past seasons. Ajaz Patel and Michael Hogan.
I don't know about Patel, but his average doesn't suggest that he's an all-rounder.
That's a very polite way of putting it.
Well, I thought, yes,
nice one.
Gibbon bowls, beautiful shot there, but it will be cut off as. Well, I thought it would be cut off, but it wasn't put it that way, and he's going to get 2 runs.
Yeah, Oliveira looked as though he had everything behind that one, didn't it?
Yeah, I'm glad to hear you say that, because I thought my eyes would deceive it.
In the end, he had to retrieve it from behind, close to the boundary.
2 more runs at the end of the over, and it's 209 for 6, 83 to go, and Cook is on 6. Just remind you that 305 is a magical figure for Glamorgan to get, unless they want to, well, follow on, or perhaps not asked to follow on.
Oh, I think Worcester would.
They would,
surely.
Because they will have to bat again.
Because of the time lost in this game, which has sort of meandered along at times anyway. Ajaz Patel, first class batting average, 13, 1/2 century to his credit in 74 games. Leach to bowl to Gill, who drives to deep mid-on, where it's fielded by the substitute, Finch, and they take a single.
Who's off the field?
It's Pennington putting his boots on or off. Well, presumably taking one pair off and putting one on. 210 for 6. Gill 284 with that single. Leach charging away as enthusiastically as ever and bowling on Cook's leg stump, and he turns it away but manages to find fine leg on the 45. If it is a bit squarer, there may well have been a boundary available with square leg in. Square leg is now retreating for the better set Shubman Gill, hero of the Punjab and now of South Wales. Leach to Gill on 84 not out off 130 balls, and he drives on the leg side.
Apart from one instance, another thing from Gill, he's a very good judge of a run, isn't he? He did have a scamper this morning when he had to run to the danger end. Brothers was on commentary and reckoned he just about made it, but It was a very, very risky run, but otherwise, I'm just looking at that run now that he took to mid-on. Many batsmen just say no, because mid-on is not all that deep. He's about where the 30-yard semicircle would be in one-day cricket.
2-11 for 6. Leach to Gill, who punches one off the back foot, but again, straight to Haynes underneath the white floppy hat. Shortish mid-wicket. There's a man back, well, over the boundary at square leg. He's having a cheeky little rest on the advertising hoardings for a moment.
Just the 1-6 was hit in that direction in this innings by Gill.
4 on the leg side. Mid-wicket is saving the single. Leach bowls and Gill is forward to defend on the off side. And there is no run. Slip is the attacking position, and well, if Glamorgan do get going, there's potentially a little spell to profit now against the old ball. I'm not sure whether we'll see any spin from Dolly.
We won't see any new ball tonight.
Might do.
61.
Yeah.
Do you think we will?
Leach bowls, Gill steers it away on the offside for a single. 212 for 6. If the lights
3 or 4, isn't it?
If the lights holds, we've got 18 overs with this old ball and 24 remaining, so we might see 6 with the new ball, and Worcestershire.
I'll leave it for the morning, I wonder. Anyway.
No, you get 2 bites of the cherry, really, don't you? Because with the new cherry, because the bowlers have 6 overs tonight, and then they're pretty fresh, and there's not much use of the ball when they charge in the morning.
But as you say, if we get to 6 overs remaining,
yeah, there is
light-wise,
the light issues.
There'll be no lights coming on. We can tell you that.
Ludicrously.
Barnard to come in now then, and he'll be bowling from the far end, the river end. It's, figures 0 for 29 off 11, so he's under 3s, and he'll be bowling to Gill. 85. In comes Barnard and bowls, and this is clipped away out towards mid-wicket. Played a lot of out. Flicking away out to mid-wicket, and Roderick fielding. He's moving to 14 runs off what would be a debut century. Probably the kiss of death, but there are quite a few overseas players from Glamorgan who have scored hundreds on their debut. Don't ask me to name them, but I think
Kawaja was one, wasn't he?
Yeah, he scored 2, didn't he, at Edgbaston? Cook this time faces and pushes it out to mid-off. Cook is always, Nick, the best starter, is he, in his innings?
No, he can look a bit fidgety for the first 15 runs or so.
Well, he's on 7. He's been in there for some time now. 213 for 6.
Didn't Labuschagne get one in that ball draw against Northants in 2019?
Could have.
It's a very tedious match of many, many runs. I think Labuschagne got a ton.
Here is Barnard, bowled. Cook plays a nice looking shot off the back foot, and it's eventually stopped at cover, but they do go through for a single. 214 for 6. Glamorgan's next objective will to get to 250. And the man about to face this next delivery is the man Glamorgan wants to stay there as long as he can, but if Worcestershire could get rid of Gill, they would have high hopes of a follow-on. Barnard is in and bowled. Again, it's defended outside the off stump to mid-off. No ball called by umpire Webb. He was waving his fingers in front of me. And
just in case you hadn't noticed, but you had.
Out comes Mr. Sunshine. Why couldn't it have been like this for 3 days? But there we are. Vagaries of the weather. In comes the next ball. played up and up to mid-on, diverted by the foot of a fielder.
Yeah, played towards mid-wicket and then ricocheted towards mid-on.
Another run, 87. Cook is on 8.
Yep, Dave reminds me that Callum Taylor,
here's the next ball,
scored a century on first-class debut at Northants.
Yeah, I remember that.
But
he's not overseas, is he?
No, but he was only the 4th Glamorgan player to do so. Didn't tell us who.
Javid, I can't remember. He might have got one.
Pretty sure of Kawajan and Labuschagne. Thank you, Dave.
Mid-wicket goes back. Will we have a bouncer? As Barnard comes in and bowls to Cook. Cook does get a short ball, but he's hit it for 4. Barnard trying it on, but then looks down at the ground and says, why did I do that? I was bowling a good over here. And he bowled a short ball. Cook got over it and bisected fine-legged mid-wicket, and it ran away for 4. 2-1 for 6. And partnership developing. What's it put on? 32.
Yeah, the players who've hit hundreds on first-class debut for Glamorgan, for a first-class debut for any side. Callum Taylor, Matthew Maynard, of course, the current coach against Yorkshire in 85, getting there famously with 3 successive sixes. Mike Powell against Oxford University in 1997, and F.B. Pinch in 1921 against Worcestershire at Swansea. Leach is in and bowls, and Gill drives pleasantly but is prevented from getting any reward by a diving stop from Pennington. Frank Pinch, was it?
I'm sorry,
I'm sure you weren't there, Edward, but just from your knowledge of Glamorgan's history, Frank Pinch rings a bell.
I could have sworn there were more than that.
Well, there was the homegrown players, but obviously several overseas have hit centuries on Glamorgan.
I would be very surprised if Callis, Javid Meander, and possibly Matthew Elliott didn't get hundreds. Well, we know that Kawaja did.
Kawaja and Labuschagne, pretty sure about.
Oh, this, I can't believe this.
Oh, no.
We know, viewers and listeners, you know what we're talking about, and we apologise.
Ball change. New balls, please.
This is absolutely ridiculous. There was a huge article the other day that the gentleman who has a little shop off a side street in England, in London, said the other day, everything's done, you won't see any more changing of balls. But they got fed up there. Here, the umpire said, no, I'm not bothering.
Leach bowls, Gill defends. Wrong kind of cow.
I wonder how many balls in the county championship this year have been changed in various counties.
And if so, what happens to them? And can we have the rejects, please, to play at club level?
Yeah. Well, they're probably using the nets.
221 for 6. Leach is in to bowl to Gill on 87 not out. Unlucky in Australia, but he doesn't remain on that as he's worked one through the leg side for a single.
A second again, you see. The Cook said no.
Well, Cook may be one of the older members of the side, but he's still pretty nippy, isn't he?
Yeah.
222 for 6. Richie.
Devil Nelson, Richie, yeah. 88.
88 to Gill, and a further 83 needed to avoid the possibility of following on for Glamorgan. Leach to Cook, who jabs down on that one. Plays it on the leg side. He has a slightly jerky defensive shot, doesn't he, Chris Cook?
And he, as I mentioned a few moments ago, does exaggerate the low bounce at times because, as you say, he goes right forward and gets his head right down over the ball, which is no bad thing.
Joe Leach getting a bit of encouragement from his teammates, maybe one or two Worcestershire supporters, as Cook again pushes forward, takes his hand off the bat, and is greeted Leach's delivery as if it were the greatest Jaffa of the season.
And that shows the difference between, you know, your test player, and notwithstanding Cook is a very good batsman, but he's not been hurried once, has he? Hasn't got to go down quickly or edge anything.
Yes, Gill's looked a quality man on debut. Looks like a good signing so far, as Leach bowls, and Cook again is hurried into the shot slightly and plays it to Pennington at mid-on. There is no run. It's the end of an over which just produced a single, but...
Are you talking to the nation?
6 o'clock.
Oh, right.
Well, talking to the nation via the interweb at the moment, but talking to radio listeners at 6. 2:22 for 6. Deficit still 232. A further 83 needed to avoid the possibility of following on. Glamorgan have 3 bonus points. Worcestershire have 5 and should collect a 6th.
And Glamorgan should collect a 4th here.
Yeah, 250 is pretty attainable, but 305 is the magic number.
There's Ed Barnard then from the River Taff end. He's coming in towards us and bowled to Gill. Gill tries to flick it again down the leg side, but this time hits the pad and is collected by another gentleman in a wide brim sun hat, Ben Cox, the wicket keeper. How many sun brimmers have we got? 1, 2.
Just Cox and Haynes.
Umpires have got Panamas as if it was 90 degrees. They always do, though. As Barnard bowls, and this is played away in the offside, there'll be a single out to the sweeper. Gibbon fielding there, returns 223 for 6. Gill in to 89.
We still haven't finished the match at Trent Bridge. There's been a rain delay after a late tea. Nottinghamshire needing just 1 wicket to finish it off.
I can imagine it rains all day tomorrow. Left them 500. Just the one slip now for Cook as in comes Barnard. Cook plays it up to one of those 3 men on that onside. There's a mid-on, a mid-wicket and one in between. And the one in between fields. 223 for 6.
At Derbyshire 167 for 7 in their second innings. That match is rattling on. 252 in the lead against Durham.
As we watch Barnard coming in again and bowls, and Cook is forward. Stops any sort of movement getting between his bat as he stifles that ball into the ground. Nick is on his way to have a break. And perched and ready for the off is Sir David Bradley, who's coming in on the blind side. Here is the next ball. Cook has punched that away, but straight to mid-on. And there is 1 ball remaining of this over. It's been a long afternoon, Mr. Bradley.
It has. It is. When you get a rain hold up like we had today, and then get plenty of cricket as well. 36 overs when they came back on.
Yeah.
But it's been good. It's been good hard cricket. This is. There's no quarter given.
Yet another good championship match.
Yeah.
This will complete the over. Barnard in bowls, and that's guided rather than oops, you better get back. Yes, big throw coming on from Jake Libby there at backward point, but he was safely back in his crease. That is the end of the over. It's 223 for 6, 89 to Mr. Gill, Shubman Gill, and Chris Cook is on 12, and they came together at 189. So the partnership now is 33. Some cloud comes around, and are we going to get another 21 overs? I wouldn't have
There's a
thought
bit
so.
building up away to our right. I think it's
Yeah.
still coming from there, partly from above the building that we're in as well. Here's Joe Leach from the Cathedral Road in Bowls, and solidly driven to mid-off by Gill. Be interesting to see, because Worcestershire is still -1 here. They've kept going with the 4 medium paces all through this innings. Be interested to see if they did turn a bit of skin there. Ben Cox is calling for a helmet here. We've been saying all along that Gill does tend to bat a fair way out of his crease, and he's going to stand up here to Joe Leach to force the batsman to...
We see a lot of that, of course, with Marnus Labuschagne, the other overseas player we've had. And I often think what the quick bowler, the opening bowler, thinks about all that.
well, it won't be the first time that Cox has stood up to Joe Leach. Leach, who's got a lovely little path to guide him up to the stumps. He bowls, it's pushed down to D'Oliveira at mid-off. In that, where his feet have been landing, there's some darker patches on the lush green outfield. It is almost like he's got some stepping stones.
In the old days, there used to be big stepping stones. You remember? When you think back to the 50s and 60s, you wouldn't have played, might not have bowled a ball in this game, because they were
it would still have been too
old-fashioned, getting the things in between and trying to dry.
Leach is in again, pushed away on the onside. Some very basic covers as well in those days, wasn't there? He didn't get the big roll covers that go all the way across the square as they did.
The old sheets.
Yeah. Brett D'Oliveira just made a very strange signal towards our end, putting both hands in the air as if he was signalling a 6, but I'm not quite sure.
Or he might have seen clouds and said, "Oh, not again."
Possibly, yeah. Here's Leach, comes in, bowls, flicked away off the pads by Gill. Taylor Cornell very busy out on that boundary there, comes hurtling round to field, but one more to the Glamorgan total, 224 for 6, 81 to avoid maybe being asked to follow on. Still 20 overs and 2 balls remaining tonight, so it would be a change in the scoring pattern if they were to achieve that tonight. But
yeah, what are they going at? 3.4, which is around average, I think, or just a little bit over.
Changes in the field here, where Libby comes in at a short extra cover, short in that he's 20 yards from the bat, and there's a short mid-wicket who are on about the same place, who is Haynes. Leach bowls, and that is flicked away for 4. Straight onto the leg stump, and Cook, I think he may have hit that one. It might have been more middle than leg he took that one off. Let's see if we get a replay here. He did come a long way across, and more leg stump.
Yeah, just drifting down.
Flicked it away. Good shot, making the best of a poor delivery, and Cook goes to 16. Gill has 90, 39 these two have put on, and the total is 228 for 6. Leach to complete his 16th over, 1 for 61 so far, sends his mid-wicket out to the boundary. Bowls again, Cook covers up Leach on his follow-through, does the fielding, immediately flicks the ball to his wicket-keeper. That is the end of the over. Fine, I believe him.
I wonder if there is juice around, because D'Oliveira threw his hands up in anguish and then now he's going to have a chat with the umpire, Billy Elliott. Yeah, he'll be doing a merry dance. They are all looking up above us now.
Yeah, I think umpires,
if this comes, that'll be,
there might be something
curtains for the day.
Well, if it doesn't rain, I would think that the light will go, Ed. So.
Yeah. Anyway, Barnard is in position to continue. Keeper standing up again as he comes in and bowls to Gill, and Gill plays that nicely, and he's going to get runs here up towards mid-wicket. It's a very long chase for Roderick, who gathers it just inside the ropes. Another 2 takes Gill up to 92, 230 for 6. And yeah, they're not looking at the light. The old meter comes out before long.
They haven't used it in this game, have they? No. We haven't seen a light meter.
Barnard medium pace in, bowls again. Appeal for LBW, and he's given him. So Gill goes for 92, trying to whip the ball across stumps. He looks at the umpire, and we will have a look at that in just a moment. Difficult to say from here because we are behind. But a very good innings comes to an end, and another wicket for Worcestershire. It's 230 for 7, and this will be a struggle, and sadly he departs as Gill.
LBW to Ed Barnard for 92.
Very good innings by the overseas player, and sad for him that he didn't get 100 on debut, but there we are. The umpire had a good look at it, and if the heavens descend as they look as they might at the moment, and the light is very bad.
No ground staff out though, Ed.
No, but I was thinking how unlucky he'd be if he walked off a light now.
Yes. Yeah, it's a long walk back as well.
Yeah. So that's the 7th wicket going, and getting their rewards for some very accurate bowling as we wait for the next batsman. Looks like James Harris.
Yeah, difficult to tell from our angle because we are behind. Where's our man Nick? Nick, can you press a button for us, please? It's all right. This is the most important job of the day. Never mind all this commentary and updates and reports.
I have a feeling here that the umpires are asking the captain, possibly,
if he's going to put a spinner on.
Are you going to put a spinner? Otherwise, we're going off. But they're not going off, and you can't bring a spinner on in the middle of an over.
Well, I don't think the light's any worse than it was when we finished yesterday.
No.
In fact, I think it's a fair bit better. But it was quite dark yesterday when we finished. Thank you, Nick. Don't forget the VAT and the call-out fee and everything else. Yeah.
And I do wonder, with Cox standing up, whether that might contribute to that wicket.
Yeah.
You know, he was batting in his crease, probably.
Yeah, might have made that difference.
Yeah. So James Harris comes in. There's still 4 overs left of this over. And Glamorgan a long way. They trail by 224, and they need to get to 305 if they're not to be invited, was the old name they used to say in the old days, to bat again.
I think they've just had another look at the ball, the umpires, which is... Has it made of plasticine, this ball? It's ridiculous.
Barnard comes in, first ball to Harris, and lots of shouts there, but... nothing really happening.
Those lights are getting bright.
Yes, they are, aren't they?
Still no hovering ground staff. We like hovering ground staff. Oh, there might be one sat on the fence. He's going to call his mates, lads.
Barnard comes in and bowls to James Harris. Just dabs that away to backward point. It ain't no run.
He just shouted, lads, I think it's going to go around. I think it's going off. And somebody's just said, hang on a minute, I've got a royal flush here. I've got 4 kings, I'm not going off.
Yeah, 4 balls bowled.
Umps are having a look, and I think we're away. Yeah, we are.
How was Shubman Gill feeling? Probably saying, well, look, it hasn't changed since I was there.
No.
That could be it.
Although I do think it has got a bit darker. And this is the prospect of rain coming as well. Which is a pity, because... that might be it for the day.
Yeah.
We've got 19 overs and 2 balls, possibly. But we start losing overs, of course, straight away. Although nobody's rushing off, are they? So batsmen aren't rushing off. Umpires have stayed out there. I suspect they've got the light meter out.
75 runs needed for the follow-on to be avoided. And how unlucky was Gill there? Well, he not at the decision, but at the light. He could have said, well, let's go out now. 2 balls bowled and they are off.
Light meter time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think umps are saying
that's it.
That's it. And we can't really, we can't tell what's above us because there's a great big roof. But they obviously can. Away to the west, it's a bit grey, but certainly over the city centre there's still a bit of blue sky. But we're obviously not going to get any cricket for a bit, so I suggest that we go and have a cup of tea, and as soon as we get some cricket, either myself, Mr. Edward Bevan or Mr. Nicholas Webb will be bringing you full commentary on whatever happens. If not, it might be 10:25 in the morning, but whatever happens, folks, we will be here.
gentlemen, I have some news from the middle. They will be resuming at 5 to 6. We have lost 10 overs because of that latest shower plus bad light, so we have 9.2 overs remaining in the day's quota.
Good evening. Unexpectedly, cricket is about to break out once more at Sapphire Gardens.
It's a daft game, this is.
With Glamorgan on 230 for 7 in their first innings, 224 runs behind and still needing a further 85 to avoid the possibility of following on.
And an opportunity here for Worcestershire, because the light's okay, but it's not brilliant. And they've got a couple of lower order batsmen, shall we say, although I wouldn't call Chris Cook a lower order batsman, but and they've got 9 overs and 2 balls to take another wicket tonight.
Another wicket or 3.
Oh, they're quite pleased with that. But
Glamorgan's openers will be desperately hoping that they're not batting again tonight.
oh, wouldn't they?
Ooh, that would be horrible. Here comes Barnard then to bowl to James Harris, and Harris gets a short delivery that he doesn't really need to duck underneath because it sailed above his helmet.
Slightly dodgy light. If you wanted to get off, bowl the batsman a bouncer. We haven't seen many today. I haven't seen many in the game. I haven't seen many all season. Maybe something to do with the pitches being a bit more batsman friendly this summer. Might be just my imagination.
In comes the next delivery from Barnard that's allowed to go through by Harris. No shot off at end of the over. 230 for 7. Harris yet to score. Cook on 16. 9 overs may or may not remain.
Interesting to see who's going to bowl at the Cathedral Road end. It looks like Joe Leach is going to bowl.
At the Cathedral Road end. Joe Leach.
Leach has bowled 16 overs, 1 for 61 today. So a little expensive for him. Barnard 1 for 41 after that over. 14 overs, 1 for 41, so he's less than 1 below 3 and over. It's going to be Cook to face, taking a fresh guard. Leach sends his mid-wicket to deep mid-wicket, or more probably deep square leg. Away he goes, bowls, and Cook covers up, plays the ball out on the onside. Difficult to know, give you an accurate weather forecast, folks, because the weather is coming from above us at the moment. As we pointed out this morning, the weather always comes from above, but it's coming over the roof of the stand in which we sit at the Cathedral Road end, so we can't really give an accurate preview of what's going to happen. Well, I can preview that Joe Leach is going to bowl the next ball. And he bowls it to Cook, who drives but doesn't really time that one. He's looking through extra cover, mainly because cover point is out on the boundary, so there's a comfortable at least 1 there, but mistimes it. and trickles away on the onside. 230 for 7, another 75 to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on. Leach busy into his work. This ball sees Cook going forward, bat and pad close together, solidly pushing back down the pitch. Leach on his follow through, does the fielding, and then immediately throws the ball to Pennington, who is at mid-on to do his polishing for him. It's hard work, that polishing.
Kieran Carlson seems to be the polisher-in-chief for Glamorgan.
Yeah, there is there's usually somebody or two people that are in charge of looking after the ball. Leach bowls. This is played crisply but straight to backward point, where Ed Barnard is the fielder. This has a feel of a day that's got 8 overs and 2 balls left in it. Leach brings his extra cover in from the boundary. Gareth Roderick comes trotting in over the worn pitches, as you would expect. I think there's probably, what you got left here, the groundsman, 2 pitches that have not been used. It's that time of year. Leach in, bowls, ball played back down to him by Cook. Half stopped by Leach on his follow through. But Donovan was just doing a bit of leg shaking mid-off. I can't imagine he's going to put himself on at this time of night. Worcestershire are still -1 on the over rate. And depending how much cricket we get tomorrow, I suspect if Glamorgan did avoid the follow-on, we'd see quite a lot of spin to get that over rate down. Leach's tread marks as he runs in. Oh, that spits a little bit. Cooked as well to get a bat on it and pulls his bottom hand away as he does. End of a good over from Joe Leach. That is his first maiden of the innings. 17 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 61. Umpires are looking a little bit fidgety again.
It's been, well, not quite farcical, but
no, it's a difficult job. But there are times when you think, hey up lads, a bit of common sense might not be too bad.
Here comes Barnard from the River Taff end to bowl to James Harris, is yet to get off the mark and will remain in that situation as he plays the first ball to point, and there is no run. 230 for 7. Glamorgan remain as Worcestershire hope to get a chance to press home their advantage. Well, they do have the chance. You've got 7.5 overs to try and knock over the rest of the Glamorgan batters. Harris defends though to mid-on, and there's no run. The problem for Glamorgan now is that they're pretty much entirely on the defensive, so unless anything really loose arrives their way, they're not likely to progress significantly. 20 runs from a second batting bonus point as Barnard bowls and Harris is forward defending. The ball strikes the stumps at the non-striker's end, but without intervention from Ed Barnard, and in any case Chris Cook had turned and made his ground just in case. So a little Billy bonus of an opportunity for Worcestershire this to ram home their advantage and give themselves a better chance of winning this game on day 4. They have been the better team as Harris drives straight to one of the cover fielders. The more distant one, timed quite nicely, but has yet to get off the mark. Harris, who hasn't really lived up to his undoubted ability with the bat this season. Face again from Barnard and pushes forward solidly enough despite the vocal accompaniment from the Worcestershire infielders. Awkward little session this for Glamorgan, Edward Bevan.
Certainly is, yeah. Light is all right, but there'll be a few nerves out there in the middle because their priority will be to defend for their lives.
Two experienced players. Barnard bowls, Harris leaves, ball comes back in, but after it has passed the stumps. And another maiden over is racked up. 7 remain in the day's play. Glamorgan have not scored off 14 balls since the resumption.
Can you advise me why the umpires are out there talking to a couple of the ground staff in bright sunshine for 20 minutes and then decided to play?
Perhaps they're just having a look in case the weather radar was indicating another of those showers. It's just a guess.
Joe Leach is bowling with the keeper standing up and he's bowling to Cook. And Cook goes forward, plays it firmly up towards mid-off. There's no run. Yes, and no doubt Nick has told you 305 is the magic figure for Glamorgan to avoid following on, and they trail by 224. What it means is if the weather tomorrow is favourable, Glamorgan will have to bat out the day to survive, and if it's not favourable, they'll be jolly happy. As Leach turns, runs away from us, in now to Chris Cook, and the bounce is favourable, and he just pushes it up towards mid-on.
Yeah, I think accumulating another 20 runs and the second batting bonus point. 4 points, 4 bonus points plus 8 for the draw would be the limit of their ambitions, but it hasn't been Glamorgan's best performance this season by a very long chalk.
And what is a good pitch?
Yeah.
Here comes Leach in past umpire Baldwin on his way in bowls, and we get that exaggerated low down stop, and apart from Chris Cook, nobody has appeared to have any balls that have kept low. 230 for 7.
Yeah, he's got some interesting movements, Chris Cook.
Pressure on him because the wicketkeeper is standing up. Slip is very deep. Leach over the wicket, bowled, and that's short and pulled away, and he'll get a single, the first single after the latest interruption, and he moves on to 18, and Glamorgan to 17, and 231 for 7, which brings James Harris, who was yet to score. He's faced 10 balls, but survival, this is the thing, and it appears that Cook was also standing outside his crease before Cox came up. Now he's gone back, and a man has come up at short mid-wicket and short mid-on. There might be a bit of reversing going on here. I generally bring men into those positions when there is. And Cook in bowls to Harris. And Harris obdurately pushes it away on the offside. No thoughts of scoring. Only Patel and Hogan to come. And with all the respect in the world to those two, you wouldn't put your money on them getting 305 in partnership, even with Cook. This is the ball to complete this over from Leach, and it's bowled to Harris, and Harris gets a run down to fine leg.
Thick inside edge there, didn't know much about that one.
Pushing it away on the offside, and Nick says inside edge. And it's 232 for 7. Harris is off the mark, and we have half a dozen overs remaining, and is -1 is on the over rate.
Yeah, I think Worcestershire at the moment will be rather more concerned with wrapping up this innings and enforcing the follow-on than the potential loss of 1 point, with 16 victory points to press for.
And should they win tomorrow, then it's all back in the mix.
Yeah, they've just about kept themselves in it, Worcestershire, if they win this one. And Glamorgan, if they lost, would probably slip to or stay in third behind Middlesex before they meet next week, as Barnard, in his run-up, is interrupted by Paul Baldwin coming in to take a light reading by the look of it, in rather theatrical manner.
And theatrically walk off the field?
No, theatrically replace the Hales, just for added drama. Well, Worcestershire keen to get on with it and bowl as many as possible of these remaining 6 overs before the light does descend. 18:07 on the scoreboard, as Harris edges that one and will get 4 runs for it. His first boundary, but didn't know an awful lot about that one. There's only 1 slip in, and no, I don't think it was Harris anyway. Yeah, it was off the edge, but Harris played it with softish hands, so it wouldn't have carried to a 2nd or 3rd slip had they been in position, which they weren't. So give James Harris some credit for that. 236 for 7. Harris moves to 5 and is forward defending the next ball to mid-off. No run. And guess what? Having written a version of a final report for a second time today, I'll have to rewrite once more. I'll stay with you for another over, and then Bradders can accompany you for the final 4, as Harris is forward, pushing on the offside, fielded by Cornell, enthusiastically dashing round. No run. 6 further runs gathered since the resumption. 5.3 overs remain at the moment. D'Oliveira is loosening, should he be required to bowl some spin. Barnard bowls, short delivery down leg side, Harris ducks underneath it through to Cox. And I suppose D'Oliveira is taking into account, I mean, he may decide to bowl an over to himself anyway, just to provide a bit of variety in the Worcestershire attack and different questions for the batters, but may get the position where the umpires say, well, you bowl spin or you go off. Here comes Barnard from the River Taff end. In, bowls to Harris, who turns it on the leg side. It's well stopped at short mid-wicket by Jack Haynes. There's no run. D'Oliveira goes through a few more bowling motions, so maybe he's going to have a little twirl anyway.
I rather hope he does and hasten the day. Wicketkeeper back up again.
Diet of seam so far in the innings. Barnard is in to bowl. Harris defends back down the wicket to the bowler. That is the end of Barnard's over. He's bowled 16 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 45. Glamorgan 236 for 7, still 218 runs behind, and still 69 short of avoiding a possible follow-on. Though, of course, even if they do follow on, Worcestershire will have to take wickets quickly tomorrow.
And are we going to have a change? No, it's Joe Leach to continue. We are going to have a change in the commentary box as Bradders loosens up. And we will watch Joe Leach bowling to Chris Cook, who's on 17. And in comes Leach and bowls the first ball to Cook, who is right forward and pushes it up to short mid-off. Cook is on 17, Harris is on 5.
I think my long run is about as long as Mr. Patel, who's bowling in this match, his run, which is Well, it's not a run. It's a walk. 3 steps and a step. Yeah. Sun's coming back out just to mock us.
It's been such a frustrating day. I don't know what tomorrow will bring. Who knows?
Well, if you look at the forecast, you won't turn up, but that was the same yesterday. So
in comes Leach and bowls again. Cook cuts it, but straight at the man at cover. Pennington, and there's no run. That's Pennington loosening. So we've seen D'Oliveira loosening on Pennington.
End of the day, they're getting a bit stiff. I wouldn't be surprised if Donny had a couple of overs from the far end.
Might as well, although it's been unquestionably the seamers who have profited today and bowled extremely well. Just the 4 bowlers. And they've all stuck to their task well. The only one not to take a wicket, but he's bowled well is Barnard. Leach has taken one for 63, and he comes in to Cook and bowls to him now and beats him just outside the off stump. So a little bit of uneven bounce as Cook played and missed that one.
Yeah, well, we're coming towards the end of the 3rd day, although we've only had, probably in total 2 and a bit in terms of overs. But maybe it's beginning to show some signs of wear. We had a left armour bowling as well, which always helps the pitch to break up, doesn't it, a bit?
Leach is in bowls, and this time is played firmly up to mid-on. Pennington will field. And the score remains at 236 for 7.
And well done to the faithful who have stayed till the end. Should all get a small medal.
Yes. There's not much chance of Cook hitting it down to deep extra cover, so he is coming up to make it 4 on the offside, saving a single, because probably there are 2 balls to go and they want to keep Harris at this end as Cook is in and bowled. That's another an ambitious shot with just 4 overs and 2 balls. He wanted to try and cover drive through the offside, and well taken by the wicketkeeper, which Cook will probably appreciate as a fellow stumper.
If Dylan Pennington's just trying to keep loose, he's doing a lot of. He can only bowl. Well, if he comes on the he can only bowl 2 at maximum. And Donny looks if he's going to bowl 1. So,
but it's Leach to complete his over. Comes in, bowls to Cook. And Cook drives pleasantly up to mid-on, and that's the end of a maiden over. 236 for 7. There will be 4.
What's he going to do, Donny? He's doing some pointing, so he's going to have a trundle. He's taking off his cap. Probably because it's something a little bit different, and also because he is well aware that they are -1 on the overhead, and it doesn't take too many overs from the spinners to get to level.
And they do say that if you're 1 down and if you've got very helpful umpires, you can manufacture an over, but if you're 2 or 3, then you've got no chance.
Yeah, and I think the match referee comes into it now as well, so I think it's a lot more difficult than it used to be to try and persuade the umpires that you're on level. When
you're playing so far on this ground from the pavilion, you've got to climb 2 stairs.
I think they allow a bit of time for that, don't they?
Yeah.
So D'Oliveira from the River Taff end.
Let's see if it'll turn.
He is bowling to Harris, and this one is down the leg side, missed by the batsman. Some oohs and ahs. It wasn't a great ball. I don't think Ben Cox took it cleanly. So it might be one of those not always a good ball that takes a wicket, but that was not great at all. This is a better delivery. Batsman goes on to the back foot and plays it back down the pitch. The bowler, Pennington is. I think he's going to come on from the Cathedral Road end. D'Oliveira twirls away, played off the back foot once again to cornering the covers.
Going through the overs quickly, which is always lovely to see this time of day.
D'Oliveira gives this one a bit more air, gives a bit more flip. It's played back down the pitch, straight to him. Tidy enough so far. As you say, this time of night, unless it's a rank long hop or a full toss, You can't see the batsman taking too many risks. Pushed away on the onside again.
That's a quick over coming up. 1 to go.
Yeah. Just the one slip. The close catcher. Next ball is played away once again to Cornwall at extra cover. End of the over. And Oliveira starts with a maiden over. Pennington whips off his sweater and cap. And in fact, Oliveira runs up to get it off him to give it to the umpire so that they can
hurry things up.
Yeah. So we're probably going to be getting near to 6:30 again tonight. So the 2 nights running we've been playing till 6:30.
Yeah.
An hour after the scheduled finish, but
those are the rules, and we must obey them.
Yeah, and the light's pretty decent now.
Right.
It's a lot better than it was last night.
Shadows come of the floodlights across the field as Pennington starts a new over, and he will be bowling to Cook, and bowls the first ball. I don't know why Cook is crouching at the end of that shot, and I don't think we can get a playback this time of night. But
well, he played as if it didn't bounce too much.
Yeah.
And,
as I said earlier, he is the only one that's gone down. Maybe a habit of his. There was one this end that kept very low. So Pennington will have a couple of overs. And he comes and bowls to Cook, and Cook is hitting the pad, and Pennington hands it in the air halfway through the appeal. So, oh no, that wasn't out. So plenty of excitement there. You could probably hear that in the middle of Cardiff.
Yeah.
The echo going because there's about 14 people left in the ground, I think. Here's Pennington running away from us at this end. Over the wicket he comes and bowls, and this is defended by Cook.
At least 25 then.
You counted them that time?
Well, I think there's 15 at the far end. I've just had a look down here. No, there might be a few more than that. There's a few tucked under the stand here, but not many more, it has to be said. It would be, what do they call it? Figures have been changed because of seasonal structures or something they used to say with the... Remember that with the employment figures?
Yes.
Seasonal... They used to call it seasonal changes, I don't know.
Halfway through this over, we're not expecting any runs. It's all defence as Pennington comes in, and there is a little jab away on the offside.
Well, if you get through to the close here, it'll be 76 overs, and a new ball will be due after 4 overs in the morning.
In the morning. How many overs we lost in 3 days? Have we any idea?
We've lost 54 today.
Be interesting to know tomorrow. Pennington then into Cook, and Cook tries to tickle that down the leg side, doesn't, and is taken wide down that leg side by wicket-keeper Cox.
It's meandering towards the close.
It is indeed, and we will have 13 balls left, barring any no balls or wides.
Wind's starting to get up. Can you hear it on air effects, Mike?
Yes, the flags flowing in the breeze. Last ball, in he comes. That was, I think, as they called it, the reverse swing, because he had a just and hits it to mid-on. End of the over. And it's 2:36 for 7. We have 2 overs left of today's cricket.
It's a long day for the old stewards here some days.
Especially the ones that sit and wait for you to come in, because that's all they see is people coming in and going out.
Yeah, don't see any cricket. Chap at the top of the stairs this morning, I spoke to him and I said, do you get to see any cricket? Oh, yeah, we do. We have a bit of a change round, so it's a dull old day if you sat watching nothing. If they're watching this, they're watching D'Oliveira bowling to Harris, and Harris goes back and chops the ball away on the offside. Doesn't really time it, looking to get it out to the extra cover boundary, but Cornell from the shorter extra cover position goes across to his left to do the fielding head. Barnard is the lone slip. D'Oliveira bowls, and this is flicked away for what should be a single. Joe Leach will come round to field from a wide fine leg position, and leg by signal. 236 for 237 for 7. Harris has 5. Cook on 17. D'Oliveira twirls himself a catch and puts the ball into his right hand. That's was that a rank full toss?
No, you didn't see it. You were going the other way.
I picked. Oh, I see. I picked up the flight of that. I'm sure it was a full toss. And whoever's out there is that Roderick out there. He didn't see it at all.
No, he's careering down while they shouted him the other way.
Yeah, go the other way. Left a bit.
Yes.
239 for 7. A couple of runs taken there. D'Oliveira bowls. Cook drives out to the man who is on the extra cover boundary, and Gibbon out there, the sun actually reflecting off his sunglasses as he lobs it back in. Long shadows now from the players. D'Oliveira's next ball, and Harris goes back in and plays it back down the pitch to the bowler himself. D'Oliveira's bowling spell will end after this delivery. Or for the day anyway. Played out to mid-on this occasion. No run. We've got to the final over of the day. Actually slightly earlier than yesterday. It was after 6:30 yesterday when we got to the last over. But it's going to be Dylan Pennington to bowl it. 2 wickets in 2 balls this morning. Dylan Pennington bowled Sam North East with a beauty for 10, and then Carlson came in and edged to Pollock, who took a good catch at slip. No hat-trick for Pennington, but put a little dent in the Glamorgan innings.
Maybe hoping to snatch one here now and make Glamorgan 8 down. Here he is, and he's bowling to Chris Cook, and bowls the first ball, and Cook nudges that over the square leg and gets a run. Glamorgan should achieve their second bonus point, because they're only 9 runs away, which will bring the bonus points up then 5-4. And if they don't lose another wicket, then we will return with the possibility of Worcestershire needing to take 13 wickets. But if Glamorgan, of course, do avoid the follow-on, I suspect that will be basically it.
Yeah.
Pennington then comes in past the umpire and bowls. And he's got him. And that is the end of Harris. It's the 8th wicket falling, and James Harris still standing. Can't believe it. And it's 241 for 8. We'll just watch this playback. And it was a ball that moved away, pitch middle, and James was rather stuck in the crease. So my correction, it'll be 12 run wickets that they would probably need, looking at it now, because they trail by 213. 305, remember, is the total needed. And a good day, and a deserved excellent day for the I hope they realise that is the end of this.
They do. Yes, I think they're having a little huddle saying, well done lads, quite pleased with their bowling efforts today, Worcestershire. That is indeed the close of play, with a wicket going down in the last over. Whensoever we resume tomorrow, Mr. Nicholas Webb, Mr. Edward Bevan and myself, Mr. David Arthur Bradley, will be here to provide you with stunning and entertaining commentary. We hope. It'll be the first time this week. See you tomorrow, folks.